this just for posterity. Yeah, you fall into the first one. You have marginally interfered with the return of the shadow.
I think you're selling us short.
So I don't know if you know this about shadow points though. Like in the past, like every time you guys gain a shadow point, I make a roll to see if the Eye of Sauron if you've gained the attention of the Eye of Sauron, because every time you gain a shadow point,
I didn't know that.
there is a possibility that he catches attention of you. And up until this point, and it's a total of all your shadow points that I roll against. Luckily for you, you have not appeared on his radar yet.
Gotcha.
You're very close. You're very high up there, but not quite.
I wish you hadn't told us that, to be honest.
Well, Gandalf would have told you this in later today anyway. But so if you had actually drawn the attention of Sauron, you would be up to like 3. You get to cover 3. But right now, you guys are still flying under the radar. You don't have the ring with you. And you haven't really encountered any big players in terms of Sauron's army or forces of shadow yet. You guys are only level 3, so that's to come. That's to come. So that's just something you should be aware of going forward. As you get more and more into this, as you become more and more involved, you will be getting shadow points probably more frequently, or exposed to the risk of gaining shadow more frequently. And as you do so, the Eye of Sauron is more likely to find you. And there are consequences to that, which you'll find out, maybe. All right, so that's it. That was number 3. You got each recover 1 shadow point. And your undertakings. Now, this is where you make a choice. If you go to page 112, there's a list of that's where they start getting listed. You can gather rumors. We're not doing the Yuletide undertakings. So gather rumors, meet patron, ponder stories and figured maps, strengthen your fellowship, study magical item, write a song. Each of these things will help you or prepare you for the next stage of your journey. Obviously, like gathering rumors, you can use this undertaking to perhaps find more information as to where you're going, what's going on with the ring, any kind of investigative questions that you might have up until this point, or what might impact you in the future. That's what gathering rumors is about. Meeting your patron, this would be about choosing your patron. If you want to switch from Gandalf to Elrond, and I'll tell you the patron advantages of Elrond now, actually, that would be a good time. Elrond as a patron. You'll get 1 extra fellowship point. That's pretty standard across all patrons. But he is the greatest of lore masters. By choosing the meet patron undertaking to visit Elrond, or to accept him as your patron, you as player heroes in the company additionally have advantage on all pathfinding checks until the next fellowship phase. Now, pathfinding checks are the most important checks you will need to make on a journey.
Yeah. That sounds really important, especially since I was looking at our stats, and journey's going to be rough for us.
Now, just being devil's advocate, we could do pondered stories and figured maps and get the same effect, without then having to meet him as a patron. We could do then gather rumors.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm just saying. I mean,
no, for sure.
Not have to do Elrond this time, but maybe next time. Just something to think about. That's all. I'm not saying I'm not pushing this. I'm just saying that that's a possibility too.
I just want to inform you what the advantages of Elrond as patron are. So advantage from pathfinding checks until the next fellowship phase. And they learn all there is to be discovered about the qualities of all magical items in your possession. So you'll basically super identify in everything that you have. Which
Now
you don't have.
or until next fellowship?
And they learn all there is to be discovered about the qualities of all magical items in the company's possession now.
Now, yeah.
Yeah.
Which we don't have any, I don't think.
No, no, we don't.
And his agenda, which you would have to align with, or at least somewhat agree with, is to protect the land and preserve the legacy of the ages. And that is Elrond as the patron. So that's an option if you choose to. What is that again? Meet the patron, and this is. So sorry. Your undertakings. You as a company can choose to undertake a single undertaking, or finally, during each fellowship shade, ordinary or Yule, the company is entitled to choose one additional undertaking, selecting it from among those that are listed as free, based on the callings or professions of the player heroes. All right. So I think under each of your callings, there are undertakings too.
Like, we could get pondered stories and figured maps from me for free, among other ones.
Or me.
Yeah, or you, because you've got the cartographer's tools.
Yeah.
But we can only do one of those, so it's not like everybody do one for yourself. Yeah.
But it gets a little bit deeper, I think, and Andrew can let me know if I misunderstood. Whoever's going to be the guide, there can only be one guide, and
That's
so
correct.
whoever does the pondered stories and maps is going to need to be the guide.
That's correct.
Yeah, so then it would have to be you, because I think that you're actually the best choice to be the guide.
I do have travel proficiency. I don't know if that'll help, but I'm sure every little bit will help.
You also, I think you'll be able to get bonuses from your cartographer's tools, whereas I don't. So like your travel and my travel, I think are the same, but you've got cartographer's tools, so it would make yours a little bit better.
Also, I've got the watercraft ability as well.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're going down canoes, which I heartily recommend, wonderful mode of transportation.
Wow. Okay. I was not expecting that. Against all sound advice, you guys want to canoe down some whitewater. All right.
Kirk wants to canoe down some whitewater.
Well, let's talk. We'll talk to Elrond. Okay. We'll find out.
Yes.
It'll be fast.
Mm-hmm. So I think that one would be a good one for us to do for you.
All right. So that is the one. All right. So you get to choose one additional undertaking.
Just a quick question again. I'm sorry to do this. If we stay with Gandalf and we meet with Gandalf, that doesn't count as one of these.
That's correct. You're already his patron. He's already your patron.
That's something to think about. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So if you take Ponder Story and Figured Maps as one of them, you have one other undertaking you can take as a company.
Yeah. Let's see. Anybody good with performance?
No, I was just looking at that song thing.
Yeah, because I think it would be useful for us to have a walking song to help us
Yeah.
for our journey phase. But
Zurich is proficient with a harp.
I'm proficient.
And that harkens back to my backstory. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm proficient with the flute, but I have low charisma.
Yeah, me too.
So it's like I can play music and it's passable, but like, am I gonna do well on a performance roll? Not necessarily.
Yeah, that DC 15 performance roll is pretty high. But it says if you're a proficient, I'm not proficient with performance, but I am proficient with a musical instrument.
Yeah.
So we can take that activity as a free undertaking. So we might as well write a song. And
well, we can only take
if we
one
do a
free
walking
undertaking.
song,
So we're getting 2 total. One of the 2 is going to be pondering the maps, and the other one will be something.
yeah. Okay,
And
I
I
got you.
think that writing a song for the journey would be helpful because we do not want to get exhaustion again.
Yep,
But
it's worth a shot. Although
yeah,
getting that DC 15 proficiency or
yeah.
DC 15 check, I have 0 modifier, so I'd have
I
to
have a
be
+1. There's
rolling 15 or
so
yeah.
Will there is one other undertaking that is not listed there, and that is unique to Rivendell that you would know about, Eucalio.
oh, okay.
There is an individual who lives here in Rivendell. His name is Eriador. He's one of Elrond's closest friends and wisest counselors. He's been at Elrond's side for several millennia and was with him when they first found the Valley of Imladris. He is a skilled scribe and illustrator of manuscripts, but his most accomplished talent is the brewing of something called mirvor. It's a cordial of Imladris, a process known only to him, and there are 2 types of cordials that can be brewed by him or under his instructions. There is a traveling cordial, which as an action a player hero can drink to regain a number of hit points equal to XD4 plus X, where X is a number of equal to the player hero's proficiency bonus. So you guys are 2. So it'd be 2d4 plus 2. It's like a minor healing, like a healing potion. The other type of cordial that you can brew is the medicinal tonic. And as an action, a player hero can drink the cordial to reduce their exhaustion level by 1.
And we just get 1 cordial?
During each fellowship phase, a high elf you have to have proficiency with brewer supplies and herbalism.
I have proficiency with herbalism, but not brewer's supplies.
Yeah. So what you could do, I mean, you don't in that particular case, you will not be able to spend one of your tasks to do this, undertakings
Gotcha.
to brew it, but you can purchase them from Eriador
Okay.
or ask him to do it.
How much do they cost?
2. You'd be able to get 2 at most.
Okay.
1 of each or 2 of one kind.
Well, if people don't think that they have a different one that they would prefer, I think that that's a good idea.
I was just reading Gathered Rumors. I don't know if we get to pick what we listen for, but knowing more about these Dunlending brothers might be good. I mean, if we have suspicions, our rumor gathering might be to try to confirm some of those suspicions.
Is it restricted at all to the location we're at? Because I don't think we're actually going to find very much information about the Dunlendings in Rivendell. You know?
There is quite an extensive library at Rivendell.
True.
And there's a lot of old elves that know.
Yeah,
have a
well,
lot of
we can
historical
get
knowledge.
historical information, I guess, but not
Yeah.
like, maybe not things specific to like this particular group and what they're up to.
Yeah,
Do
and
we
it'd be
want-
more.
do we- I'm sorry.
No, so I was just gonna say it would be more rumor and hearsay as opposed to facts.
Yeah.
Right?
Do we want to do rumors about Dunlendings, or do we want to do rumors about magic rings, like dwarven magic rings, or the wraiths in the rivers, or what have you?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Let's
we
think
could sing a
big
walking
rumors.
song called "The Wraith in the River." That'd be a great song title.
Hey, there we go. The wraith in the river. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. That's tough. There's so many good ones that might be useful.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And the final thing I'll say, since we're on the subject of fellowship, if you need any gear, any non-magical gear, you can get.
Okay. Oh, I actually did have a question about that because I realized that I wasn't keeping track of it. Arrows. I have to keep track of arrows, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm gonna
You're not
pick
like
up some more
Legolas.
arrows because I feel like I'm not gonna get to the local corner store in a while, so I want to stock up on some arrows.
What is the limit? Elven armor, elven bows, elven daggers.
You will not be able to get elven.
Yeah, it'll just
No,
be normal
it'll be
armor.
normal. It'll be normal armor. Yeah, normal armor, normal weapons, like fashioned by elven smiths, but it'll be normal.
Yeah.
Okay. I sent you a really probably 45 minutes ago, an hour, Andrew, a DM?
That's fine.
So make that request then.
Yeah.
Okay, let me know when it's time to do that, to role play this then.
Yep.
Oh, right.
So just to be clear, I'm just tallying up your fellowship points. You have a new total now since you've lost 2 people. One of them was a captain.
Do they roll over, by the way, the ones that you haven't spent?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, we only had one left.
Yeah, you guys had 1 left or something like that.
Yeah.
Where are they? Patrons.
Does anybody know offhand what page the equipment is on?
71. Starts on 71.
Thank you.
Yep.
We don't use the pipe thing, pipe smoking as much as we should.
Yeah, that is a huge thing.
Yeah, you are
I
correct.
think all of you except for me are proficient in it.
Yeah.
Ourselves, we don't get into the pipe smoking apparently.
So you would have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 of you plus 2 from Gandalf, 6 fellowship points.
Okay. By the way, random question, but I remember that we all had to pick our birthdays at the beginning. Is any character's birthday coming up soon?
I don't even remember what mine was.
You didn't write it down?
In the middle of wed math now.
Which is what month? Sort of according to our month.
August. That would be August. Middle of August.
Turks is coming up, but still middle distance.
Yeah, mine is around November, so it's a ways off.
Yeah, just so you know, uninterrupted, perfect journey. It'll take you about a month to get to Isengard.
Gotcha. And we know us. It's not going to be a perfect journey. It's going to be an exciting journey, though.
And I don't know if you're talking or not, but can't hear you. I don't know if you're muted.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Okay, all right.
What are folks thinking for the other fellowship thing? Maybe we do a vote, narrow it down to a few options.
Question about the song. Because I'm not proficient in performance, but I do have a +3.
Ooh.
And I'm not proficient in any musical instruments. Would I be able to do that, or do I have to have proficiency in that?
You have to have proficiency.
I thought that was only if you wanted it for free. Like if we swap the one.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm just assuming you wanted the other one. So yeah, if you want it for free.
Yeah, because we could swap the two because we have what we need to get the other one for free.
Oh, that's true.
So
Well, hey,
if
and
you
I don't
wanna-
mean to. I don't mean to
Okay.
make a technicality here. You need to be proficient in performance or a musical instrument to write the song, but you don't need to be proficient to sing the song and make the DC 15 charisma
Yes,
performance check to sing the song.
that's right.
So
And the song will be on our list
yeah,
for
and Goldie
anyone
could
to
sing it
sing
with
until
the
we use it
+3.
once, I think.
Yeah, once per adventuring phase.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
Now, do we have to sing it as a group, or if somebody is sort of stranded by themselves, can they sing it to themselves and still gain the same benefits, kind of thing? So it's a multitasking kind of thing.
Each song, it doesn't say who. Yeah, if one character's off on their own and got stranded and decides to sing the song, they can. But it will be taken off the group list of songs that can be used.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of tied between the song and the elixir. Wait, no, we're paying for the elixirs.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Oh.
yeah, so I guess my vote is song, but depends on what other people think.
I will just go with the majority because pondered stories and maps is already my choice. So
Yep.
So I defer. Not being a fence walker here, I'll just go with the flow.
There's another thing that if we're getting the potions, like it's not necessary, but like with the herbalism kit, does it need to be an undertaking to craft or look for medicinal plants, or can I just do that?
You can just do it.
Oh yeah,
Ooh, nice.
I could technically help you with that because
Shall we
And
do
since
that?
you are in Rivendell with a lot of very proficient healers, you will get whatever medicinal plants you need.
yeah,
You don't even need to roll.
nice. So maybe we should stock up on those because I took leechcraft as my second craft, so I do actually have elven healing now, like actual elven
Whoop,
healing.
whoop.
But I can only use it 2 times a long rest. So like,
So from here to there 2 times.
yep, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
How would the medicinal plants work? Like, are there
They
like is
give
there
you
an actual
advantage.
item?
All right. Let me see.
I am looking. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, during each fellowship phase, you can collect medicinal plants and use them to create a number of herbal remedies equal to your proficiency bonus. So 2.
2. As a group or individually?
Individually.
Okay, cool.
I also have it.
And I will do 2 of those.
Unless you have a feature, a class, or some sort of feature that allows you to double your proficiency, in which you can make 4.
Oh, hang on. I am not. I don't have expertise in medicine because I didn't go the healer route. I went the lore route.
I put my boat for undertaking on a walking song because exhaustion sucks ass.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of too. I was like, we really just need a walking song.
It's just like, hopefully the rolls don't suck that much, but
Are you willing to do the songwriting? Because you have the best modifier, as far as I know, for it.
I'm willing to do the rolling for it.
Yeah. I don't think we have to actually write a song. We could think up of a song title though.
Yeah.
No, we've got to have a song,
Ah.
even if it's only a couple of bars.
Well then,
Actually,
I vote that you write that.
Need your help, Turk.
Well,
And it
I
cannot
think we'll all
be
come up with something.
can't be a limerick. That's my only rule.
What? I was just thinking, just do a limerick.
Oh my god.
Yep.
No, that's the exact opposite of what we want as a walking song. That will just encourage us to
Hi
go
ho,
into
hi
danger.
ho. It's off to Isengard we go.
Yep. You know
Isengard.
what? We should just take the meme song, "We're taking the hobbits to Isengard," and then we're good. We're good. It's done.
Oh Jesus!
We're taking the hobbits to
Yes.
Isengard, to Isengard, to Isengard.
Oh my God!
Our walking song.
Oh no!
That just burns into your mind and it just doesn't let go after.
Yep. Oh goodness. So yeah, I think that's good.
All right. So your two undertakings then
Ponder
are
stories and figured maps and write a song. We're gonna write a walking song.
and all right. Turk is going to be your guide.
Yes. I am
What are the roles
volunteering
again?
to be lookout.
Are the
From the
roles on
front
the document anywhere?
Yeah, it'll be on journey section, page 102, 101. Sorry, 101.
Thank you.
Um, Actually, if you look, yeah, it's on technically 102. If you look at the example on top, you'll see what the roles are
Okay.
for each of the roles. So just to be clear again, the guide, there can only be one guide, but all of the other roles can be, you can double up, and people can take multiple roles,
Oh, that's good.
but you'll get -5 on
Oh,
each of them.
Oh,
and I would suggest that we not.
No.
I don't think any of us even have more than a +2 on any of the other stats. So,
Yeah, I would be a good lookout.
oh, same with me. I've got a +6 to perception now. So
That's
I
better
am
than me.
the good lookout, but everything else I've got like +2.
You have
Oh, we need
Orla
somebody-
and Anna too. You can assign them tasks.
I don't know if I trust them.
we need somebody to hunt.
I wouldn't mind assigning them to hunt if none of us want to.
I can't, so
Yeah, I feel like they have to eat too, so there's no point in them not doing a good job at hunting. But like, I don't want them being our lookout or anything like that.
I imagine our journey is not going to raise enough. We're not going to be getting lembas bread, but from the list there's cram that we could mark down, right?
Yeah, you'll have cram, and remember we're using encumbrance, right?
Yes.
And if you're taking a boat, you're definitely not getting a pony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I actually, the only way that I can really carry the stuff that I have right now is with a horse. So I'm going to have to offload some things. Because I am Weak.
You got a dwarf with you.
I am an elf with bird bones, okay? I can't carry things.
I do. I have like double carrying capacity or something like that.
Ooh, nice. You want to, like, the hardest thing for me to carry is my tent. Do you want to carry my tent? It's a 2-person tent. It weighs like 20 pounds or something. Like, I can't carry this.
Yeah. My encumbrance is doubled with make light of burden
Yeah.
feature. So I can be the pack animal. Is that a role? Could make athletics checks to be the pack rat.
But that is the beauty of having a boat, that you just put things in the bottom of the boat. You don't
Yeah,
have to
but the problem is, like, with the whitewater rafting that we're going to be doing, if we lose the boat, we lose everything.
These are elven boats, remember?
Sure, but are we strapping ourselves to the elven boats? Because we can still fall out of these well-constructed elven boats.
Over the Raros, through the swamps, past his brother to the sea. He didn't fall out of that boat.
They probably strapped him down.
They tied him in.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Okay, so I should mark that down. Since
so I have proficiency with simple weapons. Is a bow considered a simple weapon?
A short bow is, or yes, a bow. Yeah, that's what I use because I only have proficiency with simple weapons. Yeah, I forgot they named them differently. It's bow and great bow instead of short bow and long bow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to make a request then. I mean, yes, I have a slingshot. Should I really follow through with that? But now that we're kind of a small company, maybe we need the firepower. Should I shift over to using a short bow?
I mean, I wouldn't mind having another ranged fighter alongside us.
Andrew, is that okay?
Yeah, that's totally okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I mean, I would imagine story-wise, we know we're in deep shit at this point, so we're probably loading up, right? I mean, we were travelers, sort of finding our way, falling into this adventure previously.
Yeah, I think the only person who knew that it was serious business was Eucalio and her escort.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, for sure, Elrond is going to want to equip you for success.
Mm-hmm. I have a question, and obviously it's fine if the answer is no. But does Eucalio's father give her any sort of care package before she leaves?
Third level reward, right? What do we got? A
because
600-pound gorilla in the room.
Wants her to live through this.
We shall see.
Okay.
Depends on on what terms you depart.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, if he finds some of the poems that I wrote him, maybe it'll get him in a better mood. And what were I'm writing them down in my inventory. What were the medicinal herbs or? Yeah,
medicinal plants. So it gives you have 2 uses of them.
Okay.
And I forget what they're good for. I think it helps you saving throws against poison. I think is one of them. Or
okay. Can I restock on my elven apples? Just always have these just magnificently perfect apples to eat. I've been keeping track of how many apples I have.
A 2-pound sack.
Nice.
Yeah, 2 pounds. That would be about a dozen. At least a dozen apples.
Okay, a dozen apples.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have a dagger, but I am proficient in short swords.
Mhm.
Could I, a hobbit, use a short sword?
You certainly can.
Gotta be the size of a letter opener, though.
The short sword, yeah, a dagger for normal people would be a short sword for a hobbit. But I mean, they don't make that distinction in this game. It's more like
Okay.
Mechanics. Yeah.
flavoring. So
hmm
Mostly for the damage.
Would I be able to pick up a calligrapher supplies kit? Because it's the only tool that I am proficient with that I don't have. Because who knows? I might need to write really frilly fancy letters for my father.
well, here let's do this then, because this is something that needs to happen anyway. Where did he go? So as the day draws near for your departure from Rivendell, this is a bit of a flashback because you would have had your council with Gandalf and Elrond by this point, and this is say the day before you leave. Your father summons you to the library.
Okay.
When you arrive, you see him standing at his desk, looking at a number of poems. And he looks up at you and says, "Thank you. These are lovely."
You're welcome. It was supposed to last for a while, so maybe just mix them back into the books for later.
Well, I could not help myself. Once I found one, and then the second, I realized there must be more hidden throughout the library, so I went on a bit of a hunt. I'm not sure if I found all of them yet, but
Well,
I'm sorry if they were meant to be a surprise.
It's fine. I just didn't want you to miss me too much.
That is impossible.
I know.
So I know you made a promise.
I did.
And I know that there's nothing either of us can do to keep that promise, as you have been bound by duty, called away from Rivendell once more.
Yes.
And you can just see him looking at the poems, and he starts like tapping on them with one finger, just kind of trying to choose his words carefully from here. You know, it should be me. It should be me that goes to Isengard to deliver these documents, not you. I am the caretaker of these maps and scrolls.
I would never let you go.
He smiles at that. I would expect nothing less. But it would seem that you have a debt to repay.
Yes. And you always taught me to make sure to repay my debts.
He nods slowly at that and says, "Well, then let's consider your promise as a debt." owed.
I will do my utmost to make sure to pay that debt.
He pauses for a moment and thinks, why do I get the feeling that this task laid out before you, Isengard, will not be your last?
Who knows the future, Father? But once I get there, you're right. I think there will be more to the situation. But as soon as I am reasonably able to, I will try to return. But we need to leave this place in a good state for those that are coming into their age. So,
There are many who would disagree with that.
well, I disagree with them.
Tell me, Eucalia, what have the men of this world, or the small folk that travel with you, what have they done to earn such loyalty from you? So much so that you would turn your back on your father and kin.
Well, they have risked their life for my safety, for the safety of innocents. And they've all been so brave. They know so little of what is going on, and yet they march into it unafraid.
You have lost your protector. There is a civil war even amongst the Dunedain of the north. Those who would turn their backs on the peoples, the free peoples of the north.
There always will be some who are led astray, but we can't abandon everyone for the few.
He sighs and says, there's nothing I can do to change your mind. Elrond is a fair man, elf, half elf, fair lord and master. If you were to say no, he would abide by your decision. But I believe it is this extra debt that is a burden that you must repay, that binds you to this quest. However, once that debt is repaid, the only thing stopping you from accompanying me to the Grey Havens is you.
You're probably right.
So although it is not within my power, apparently, even as your father, to compel you to keep the promise that you have made me, you must excuse me if I have petitioned Lord Elrond that Eladan or El Rohir accompany you in your company to ensure your safety.
I think I don't say anything at that, but I think he probably notices a little expression of relief hearing that. But I just say, I appreciate the escort. We could certainly use their skills.
Now, Lord Elrond has not agreed to this yet. But I will. Yes?
Do you want me to make my own request to back it up, or?
That would give me at least a modicum of reassurance. There is at least one individual capable of protecting you in the wildlands.
Then I will petition him myself. There are extra dangers that I could use some support for.
I do not trust those Dunlending women.
Neither do I. They have murder in their eyes.
Well, to be fair, you did murder their brother.
I understand. But still, I just don't know if the task I have been given will be good enough for them.
Yes, please petition Elrond for some additional security. That would ease the pain in my heart, at least somewhat as well.
Of course.
And before you go, you have left me a great gift of such beautiful words. I felt it only appropriate that I give something of myself to you before you leave. And he reaches to his desk and takes his most prized calligraphy set and gives it to you. This set is probably like older than you are, made from probably one of the original trees here. Please continue your writing. You have much potential.
I will continue perfecting my skills, and perhaps if I can find animals that wish to take a long journey, I will send them home when I can.
He bows, and you can tell he's just feeling a little awkward now. So he just, I must prepare the documents before you leave now. There's still much to sort.
I'll kind of like, as he's like kind of awkwardly trying to turn away and go, I will go up and hug him and just say, thank you. And I am my mother's daughter. I will protect myself.
You must. You have a promise to keep.
I do. I'll be home in a blink of your eye.
He smiles at that, gives you a little kiss on the forehead, and then kind of looks back at his desk. I really must get these documents in order.
Of course. And I will leave.
All right. So you got your calligraphy sets. Have the rest of you figured out the equipment that you want?
Are we shopping? Does cost matter?
No, cost does not matter.
Oh, good.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
As a messenger, I get an armored defense, which says where such laws hold, it's custom for ambassadors not to be assailed. while you're wearing no armor and wielding no shield. Your AC
Mhm.
equals 10 plus Dex plus Charisma. Is that everywhere? Or is that just not everywhere? Because the way I understand it, it's like, if an orc comes for me and I'm not wearing armor, doesn't matter my dexterity or my charisma.
It does. You'll get your armor class is going to be affected by your dex and charisma.
Okay.
Yeah, at all times.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't need.
You don't
That's
need
why
armor.
I can't wear armor, or I could. It just wouldn't be helpful.
Yeah.
Because I get AC from Dex and Wisdom as well.
Wow, armor class from wisdom. Gotta swing
Yeah.
that somehow. Wow.
Yeah, it's like Monk, where they get
Ah,
the unarmored defense stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I'm
very cool.
technically a wizard with no magic.
Maybe with time.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just going to go down my list here. Zurich, what did you pick up in terms of equipment?
I would like a hauberk of mail armor, please.
All right. And that's it. And you have.
Yeah, that'll bump my AC. And as far as incidentals, just throw stuff at me, I can carry it. But I think I've got what we need in terms of tent or rations or lantern or oil. So I'm good at that department.
Then we have double what we need because I did as well.
But yeah, no, Jeff, I think the bump to AC mechanically would be all I need.
All right. And Turk, what did you get?
I made a request, put in a requisition for a leather corselet, which is about from at least from the equipment list, it's the best light armor that's on the list. So I went with that. A short bow. Of course, we're going to ask for canoes. Unless I'm mistaken, are we going to go over land or on the water?
Wait, are we water rafting here?
If you are confident in your watercraft skills, then maybe we can go on the water. But I think we need to talk to Elrond and them about it first.
Sure. Completely agree. Completely agree. If he says that it cannot be done, then we go over land.
Yeah.
So what else? Short bow, 42 arrows. I hope that's going to be enough. I think that was kind of what the maximum orcs that were killed at.
Remember, we are using encumbrance. Remember, so
Yeah.
you have to add up the weight of the quivers required to carry 42 arrows, and
Yep.
And I was going to talk with our patron or find a elven locksmith and find out whether I would be able to acquire some kind of tools to work on locks, shall we say.
yeah, definitely. That's not a problem. Proper burglar needs their tools, right?
Because Turk is not a thief. He did not have lockpick tools in the classic sense. But of course, this is going to be important, I think, as we move forward. He's become a burglar, by the way. So
Gotcha.
that's he got to choose that, make that distinction in his career. So
All right. And how about Goldie?
I think Goldie just wants a short sword. Don't need. Do we need rations? Do we need to ask for rations, or are they going to give them to us?
Well, they give you like
Or-
maybe they're kind of heavy and bulky. You guys are
Yeah.
going to have to be hunting for your food.
Or hunt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Foraging.
Okay. That, and I'll just do the. Wait, do I have the herbalism kit? I don't have a Wait, hold on. I have proficiency in herbalism, but I don't have a kit. Could I get one?
An herbalism kit? Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Yep.
I'll ask Eucalia to help me use it. Please.
Yep.
All right. So a bunch of you have to go down to. Sorry, go ahead. What else?
No, I was gonna say that's it.
Okay. So a bunch of you have to go down to the armory to requisition your weapons, your armor, and you're escorted down there by an elf named Glorfindel.
Oh.
Some of you might know of this individual. He's one of the oldest elves around.
Yeah.
Has this kind of Zen. Oops, Yes, I'm still here. Has kind of the Zen attitude. He's totally expressionless, as are most elves of that age. But he takes you down and just kind of like silently sweeps the armory for you to take your pick. He stops and looks at you, Zurich. He doesn't say a word. You just hear his voice in your mind. Zurich, son of Mjörk, of the Blue Mountains. You had something within your possession.
Zurich's demeanor just sinks as soon as he says that. You're in my head!
Did you say that out loud?
I do. I forehead slap and say, "You're in my head."
He continues and says, you can tell he's just looking at you, and he's looking at you in the most unsettling way. And he says, you are bound to this ring.
I know.
The ring does not belong to you.
No, but it is mine to look after until it gets to its rightful place.
That ring can cause great evil in this world.
It has already.
You are bound, your fate, your destiny, and those of your company, as a result, by your actions. What you do with that ring will have very significant consequences, not only to yourself, but to your kin and those you might love.
My father, I ask.
He smiles at you and says, just be careful what you search for and desire, Master Dwarf. It may just be your undoing.
Tug on my beard, a little flustered, but I'll nod nonetheless.
Then you all hear in your voices in the armory this: Master Elrond has seen to it that you are to be equipped for the Wildlands. Your journey to Isengard should be uneventful, but these are strange times. The enemy's shadow is extending north, and one can never be too careful. You have a perilous journey ahead of you. Do not fail. And with that, he just almost glides out of the room.
Thank you. He's gone.
All right, so
That was ominous.
14 days on the exact date that Gandalf said he would arrive, he arrives. And you can hear a clamoring in the courtyards as he rides his horse into it, dismounts hastily, and demands to have counsel with Elrond immediately before he even meets any of you. You all see this. You all see Gandalf arrive. Is there anything you'd like to do before you have a chance to actually speak with him?
Sing our song?
I did want to talk to Elrond, but I think I can wait until after things are going on.
All right. It is several hours before you are all summoned by attendants to the East Porch once more. You notice you were kind of spread out throughout Rivendell, doing your things in the smithy, in the library, or whatnot. Perhaps in your quarters, getting things prepared. But you notice conspicuously missing are the two Dunlending women, Anna and Orla. But Gandalf is here, standing with Elrond. And upon seeing you all, Gandalf says, "Oh, you've made it." And he extends his arms out and pulls Turk and Goldie into a warm embrace.
Gandalf!
He just he has a soft spot for hobbits. And then he just gives like Zurich a pat on the shoulder and a nod to you, Eucalio.
Where have you been?
nod back.
Zurich will say.
He looks at you and says, straight to the point, Master Dwarf. I have been north. There has been stirrings of a great evil, and I was sent to investigate. And he looks briefly back at Elrond when he says this, and he looks back at you and says, I understand you've lost the ring.
Well, I wouldn't put it like that, but I guess you could.
That is unfortunate. He starts stroking his beard.
Well, it certainly wasn't planned.
And I don't believe it was through incompetence either. And if it was mine. I tried to recover it from a raging river and failed.
He's about to say something, thinks better of it, and closes his mouth and says, regardless of how the ring was lost, the very fact that it exists is troubling. He ushers you to sit at the table set out for you on the East Porch. And he proceeds to tell you some lore behind that ring.
Mhm.
Actually, you might even remember this lore, Yukala. I think you were alive at this time.
Mhm.
Not that long ago, maybe 400 years ago,
Yep.
there was a war between the dwarves and dragons of the Grey Mountains. The 7 dwarf lords came together to fight and beat back the dragons that were attacking them and claiming their hordes. And it is within that battle that it is thought that all of the rings given to the dwarf lords were consumed by the dragons. Smaug was one of them. Now, Smaug has been slain, as most of you know. Lies within the lakes before Erebor. But it has not come to my knowledge that a ring was ever recovered from his remains. But what concerns me is that the reappearance of this ring coincides with an evil that has stirred far to the north. An evil that has not been seen for several hundred years.
What evil might that be?
One of the cold dragons, thought to have been slain in the battle between dwarves and dragons. One that was thought to have consumed the very ring that you have found.
Hmm.
Has risen. Now, there's only one reason why such a dragon would rise from the dead. It was bound to that ring upon consuming it, and now it seeks it, wishing to reclaim its treasure and its hoard.
Has it been traveling south?
It has not yet gathered enough strength to do so, but that day will come. We must find this ring and destroy it before this cold dragon, this agent of the enemy, destroys most of Eriador that we know today. Now, there are only 2 ways that I know of at this point in which this ring can be destroyed and this threat quelled. One is to go where the ring was forged. Nethel, but that city, the former capital of Eregion, the one where Lord Elrond and the elves of Rivendell have fled from, is now just filled with ghosts and memories. It is a perilous place, and I dare say not one for the likes of small folk. He sees your look.
Ikalia was going to speak up, but then was like, no, I feel like they've got this.
Goldie she was so happy at the beginning and she was just like going through the motions and like people keeps reminding her of that. She's getting tired. You can see it in her face. She's not gonna say anything because the word dragon scared the shit out of her. However, she's not happy.
And let me be clear, this is a dead dragon come back to life.
If it makes you feel any better, they also call them worms.
Yeah.
That might make you feel better, rather. It's a real big worm, but you know.
Yandel said a dead dragon that's gathering forces.
So, it is not only perilous to go to Ostenethel, but without the ring, it would be rather pointless.
Yes, we do need to find it first. You said there
Now,
was two places.
Yes,
What is the other?
the other is if we return the ring to the worm and let it consume it once more.
I feel like that's not as simple as just tossing the ring towards it and it eats it.
I dare say it likely will not be. Or possibly even more perilous than visiting a city full of ghosts and memories.
Well,
But those are the two options that I am aware of at this moment, and until I have a chance to do a bit more research, that is all I have to go with at the moment. Now, I understand that my master, Saruman the Wise, has requested that you deliver some documents to him at Isengard.
yes. And I was to be escorting the Dunlending women, his servants. They don't seem to be here right now, but they should be going with us as well.
Yes. Saruman is wise. He is the greatest of our order. But I fear he has an obsession with rings of this nature. Listen to him when you arrive at Isengard. Do not disobey him. Do not anger him. He does not suffer fools.
Of course.
Tell him what he asks you to tell him, but nothing more.
So if somehow he asks about rings, we are to tell him?
Tell him what you know. Nothing more. Do not embellish. Do not attempt to deceive, for he will see that, and he will not forgive. He is not.
Is he aware? Is he aware of the worm? The dragon?
Not yet. I will inform him of that myself, but I must first visit another place that I have heard stirrings from first. So I must leave you once more.
You seem very busy.
He smiles and says, a wizard is the very definition of busy. Yeah.
Of course. Might you have any words of wisdom for our search for the ring?
These things have a tendency to be found when they want to be, and hidden when they wish not to be found. The fact that it has surfaced now is telling. It wants to be found. But by who? That is the more important question.
Who else is after it?
He looks at you and says, what do you know of this ring? Its origins? Tell me.
Used to be an amulet.
How did it arrive?
From
To
the
be in
little
your
one
possession.
yonder. From the little one yonder in her beekeeping. It was given to her from my father.
Your father who fled Harmelt of the Blue Mountains.
He left of his own will. I don't think he was running from anything.
He pauses and thinks about this, and he pulls out his pipe. Starts packing his pipe and he lights it up and starts puffing at it. He seems to start to drift off into thought, and you see Elrond just looking at him, realizing Gandalf is off into La La Land. And Elrond turns to you and turns to you, Eucaliel, and says, your father has petitioned that I offer protection for you.
Yes, I wanted to speak to you about that. I am here to second that petition. I am also requesting additional protection and aid.
He pauses for a moment and says, I cannot spare my sons nor any soldier of Rivendell at this time. There's a grave threat, and if what Gandalf says is true, you must prepare for that threat.
Of course.
And if there is civil war amongst the Dunedain of the North, that only complicates things, matters more. You have Zurich.
I do indeed. I understand. I'm a guardian myself. I know that Rivendell must be, or Imladris must be protected.
And you have Anna and Orla. You may not trust them, but they are very skilled at what they do.
I may not trust them, but I trust you.
He looks at you for a moment and says, I see that you fear their motives. And rightly so, you should. But you should know this. They fear Saruman more. If Saruman wants you to deliver these documents to Isengard, they will not work against him.
So I am assured safety from them until we reach Isengard. I suppose that's better than nothing.
He pauses and these are the consequences of your actions, Eucaliel.
I understand.
I cannot afford to send more elves in this time of need to protect you. You have your company, and you have been guaranteed safe passage to Isengard. There's no more that can be done beyond that.
I understand. I am on this journey to repay a debt owed and to serve you, of course. And my father will have to be satisfied with that.
Indeed, he will. He has also told me of the promise you made him.
Yes.
And you can be assured that if you complete this task and you are freed of this debt, you will be able to fulfill that promise.
Thank you. It will definitely set my father's heart at ease.
Pauses and he looks back at Gandalf, who is smoking on his pipe, puts on and yes, you can all pull out your pipes too if you want.
The two elves are chatting while everyone else is smoking pipes.
Gandalf looks over at you, Goldie, and Turk, actually, both of you. He sees both of you. He just, out of nowhere, he just gives you a wink. And he says, I don't suppose I could convince the two of you to be sensible hobbits and return to the Shire, can I?
Yeah. Ain't happening. We've had this conversation before.
I would expect nothing less.
We're here to see this through to the bitter end now.
Pay attention to what I said about Saruman. He is wise. He is fair. But do not cross him. He is not known for his mercy.
Understood.
Who is the NPC who told us that he's interested in rings? I think that was somebody who talked to.
That was Gandalf.
Khalil.
That was Gandalf.
Oh, that was Gandalf? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I suspect the maps that you are tasked to bring to him, he will not tell me more other than he is searching for a tool that he can use against the enemy. Deliver those to him and meet me in the ruins of Londare. There is a small village rebuilt on the outskirts called Westhaven. The people there are kind, simple, good folk. After my business is done, beyond the Misty Mountains, I'll pass through Isengard and the Gap of Rohan and meet you in Londare. He turns and looks at the sky and says, it is mid-Wetmouth. I fear it will be deep into fall by the time you reach Londare, and you may not be able to return home to the Shire for Yule.
But what if we take canoes down the river? We should be able to make Londare relatively quickly once we find the ring, of course.
Well, that is the other question. How do you intend on making your way to Isengard? You have two obvious routes, one down the Loudwater through Tharbad and the great north-south road. Now, Tharbad, not the most pleasant of towns these days since the plague and disasters have stricken it. Mainly populated by thieves and brigands these days. Or you can travel through the wildlands, through near Austin Ethel, again. The Misty Mountains, although largely emptied since the Battle of the Five Armies, is still quite populous with orcs and goblins, and is a very dangerous place. And Austin Ethel itself, as I mentioned, is a haunted place. One that I would advise you not go to, as the last power that occupied that city was Sauron and his forces of evil.
So you do not suggest we go there on this trip, that though perhaps in the future it may be a source of information for us to track down other rings.
Do not concern yourself with other rings now, Master Hobbit. One is more than enough at this point.
I think it's a certain. I kind of like turn over to look at them if it seems like um, Elrond is finished speaking with me. Um, I just say, I think it's a circumstance of where we find the ring that might determine where we go next. We probably have to follow, well, we should follow the Loudwater until it meets with the Horwell. And then we may need to seek down the Horwell for a while in the hopes of finding the ring. But once we found it, it's probably still the best option to head to Austin Ethel to destroy it, correct?
He pauses for a moment, Gandalf, and Elrond just looks at him. And Gandalf says, I would not ask you to go to Ostinethel. If you find the ring, proceed to Isengard. Do not mention it to Saruman. And then go to Londere, and I will meet you there. We will go to Austin Ethel together.
But the longer we wait, the more strength that dragon may have gained. What if it starts rampaging through the countryside before we've made it to these destinations?
At this, Gandalf just looks at Elrond. And Elrond takes his cue and steps forward and says, Eucalia, there is a reason why the high elves of Aragion and Ostinethel fled and headed north, and we founded Imladris. The place has fallen to evil. The eye of Sauron is fixed upon it. You would be putting yourselves and all of the northern lands at risk if you were to go to Ostinethel and fail in your duties.
Then I suppose we have to risk keeping ring for longer once we've found it.
It would seem to be the lesser of two evils. One, with Gandalf's help, we are at least weighing the odds in our favor, as opposed to, and I do not mean to imply any disrespect as he looks towards the hobbits and the dwarf, that you are incapable of such a task. But this is one that cannot fail.
If we do take the river, how safe would our journey be? Should we just follow it as opposed to traverse it?
No boat has ever traveled the Loudwater north of the fork with the Horwell. The waters are far too treacherous.
And the area alongside the river not conducive for steeds?
There are footpaths in small villages and outposts along the river. There are communities that make their livelihood from it, fish from it, harvest from it, and attempt to work the land where they can. It is not a barren, desolate place by any means, but you will not find thriving communities.
Plus, the angle would be along the way as well.
I don't think we should. I don't think we should mess with the angle, especially with what's going on with the Dunedain right now. We won't know who we're interacting with, friend or foe.
Wise counsel. I would stay away from the Dunedain. We do not know where their allegiances lie at this point.
Will we be able to travel inconspicuously through these river towns?
As inconspicuously as a dwarf, an elf, and 2 hobbits can travel in the wildlands.
That is a question. I will admit, problems arose in our last journey through my attempts to hide my identity. Is that still a necessity?
No. The high elves of Imladris are known in these parts, and our population has experienced a bit of a diaspora, I suppose, since the fall of Ostenethel. Most have fled north here to Imladris, but there are some small communities and elves who have chosen other paths.
Good. That makes things a little easier. Well, then, I don't know about the rest of you, but I think from what's been said, our best option is to travel alongside the river until it meets the Horwell, and then perhaps we get ourselves a boat from some river town then, or continue traveling alongside the river as we search from there.
Should we go down along the Loudwater, or should we just go back along the road to the bridge and then down the Horwell?
If I remember, oh, they might have been back already. The elves that were sent to search the Horwell up to where it meets the Loudwater, have we had any report back of whether they found anything?
Yeah. Elrond speaks up and says his scouts have turned up nothing.
Okay. Then there wouldn't really be a point to backtrack.
Yeah, if the elves didn't find him, there's very little chance that you'll find anything that they could not.
Looked, yep.
So, Master Elrond, then, if they found nothing, the Horwell is the name of that river?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If they found nothing down the Horwell, then we can assume then that it's on the Grey Flood, then, south of the meeting place.
The ring?
Yes, that the Wraith must have gone down the river.
I don't think they searched all the way down the Horwell. I think they only searched to where it met the Loudwater.
Yeah.
Well, then Loudwater and Horwell come together and they become the Grey Flood.
Yeah.
According to the map.
Yeah. Well, the Loudwater kind of, I think it's, I don't know if it's the Loudwater or the Horwell, that basically flows down to Tharbad, and after Tharbad, it becomes the Grey Flood.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough then.
All right. So Gandalf had gone back to smoking a little bit, and he says, so you'll go to Isengard by Tharbad.
It seems to be the case through Tharbad and then the north-south road. Since you advised us not to head towards Ostenethel, that was our original plan.
Yes. And he ponders a bit and says, if you go by way of Tharbad, I would ask that you investigate something for me.
What might that be?
Deep within the Swanfleet marshes, lying just east of Tharbad, there is a secret place, a sunken palace mostly lost beneath the mud. It's not a house, for no one dwells there, but neither is it a tomb, for the one who lies there is not dead. For in the depths of the cave lies an elf maiden. On a stone bier, her long golden hair spilling over the edge like a waterfall of light. She lies there, unmoving and silent, still as a statue, but if you listen closely, you may hear the faint sound of her breathing. Her beauty is breathtaking, this fairest of the fair folk, marred only by the wound in her ankle where 2 fang punctures and corrupted skin tell where a serpent has struck her. And as Gandalf starts retelling the story, Elrond turns to Gandalf and raises an eyebrow.
Do I recognize this at all?
Make a old lore check for me, please.
Okay.
With advantage.
Natural 20.
Nice.
27.
You know the story inside and out.
All right. So here's what happens with that natural 20. The part that I was going to tell you was pretty much ended where that where I spoke. But because you got that nat 20, I have a whole other spiel to give you.
Lore scholar, lore scholar.
He continues, long has she slumbered, encased in imperishable crystal. The people of Swanfleet hold her to be a spirit or a goddess and believe that she watches over them in her dreams. To guard the maiden, they have added to the palace's defenses, permitting dangerous creatures to dwell here so that only the wise women of Medcaltic can enter the palace safely. This is the tale of Nethig, the wife of Celebrimbor, the ringmaker.
And would I be familiar with what happened to her?
Yes, you would with that natural 20.
Okay.
Most lore have been lost even to those of great knowledge and sage. But her sad tale transpired in the years just before the fall of Eregion. Many elves were slain in those terrible wars, and Nethig is often accounted among the victims of Sauron's armies. Not Sauron's treachery. Lore may recall strange tales of a haunted hill in the depths of Swanfleet, where a river maiden slumbers. Few know where the palace lies, for it is sunk beneath the mud or shrouded in thick vegetation. Once a paved pathway led from the whispering hills of Celebrimbor to the doors of the palace, but this road was destroyed long ago. Perhaps the wise women of Medcaltic recall something of the place. While Eregion is long since destroyed, there may yet survive records in Moria of the building of the palace, for it was done by dwarven masons of that city.
Huh. Is it worth a sidetrack to Moria?
Yes, yes, yes.
I don't think we're ready for that.
But he wants us to go check out the mud place.
Yeah.
But we should go to get some information in Moria. It's like,
I know.
Elrond speaks up and says, those are nothing but tales, myths that we tell our children of the old days. Surely Nethig has not survived this long, let alone within the palace of mud and Swanfleet. He seems almost insulted by the very notion of an elf living in muds. And Gallandel says, just simply shrugs, takes another puff out of his pipe and says, these stories I found have a grain of truth in them. And if there is any truth to this story, Netheg truly does lie in slumber beneath the muds of Swanfleet, she would know much more about this ring.
So you wish us to find her, speak to her, rouse her in some way?
Find and speak the wise women of Medcaute. If this elf maiden truly does exist and is caught in an endless slumber, they would know.
Well, I am intrigued. I would not be averse to learning of hidden secrets of this world before I have to leave it.
Yes, but I advise you not to travel through the mines of Moria. The west gate has been lost. The only known entrance is on the east side of the Misty Mountains.
Isn't that where, oh God, what is it called? Redhorn Pass is to lead over?
no, we would have to use the Redhorn Pass to get over to the east side. Yes.
I did my research, and if I'm not mistaken, that's where Elrond's wife and my mother were taken.
Up into the mountains there, yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Very tragic place. That whole range of the Misty Mountains there's
Yeah.
not a very nice place.
With all of the tasks ahead of us, I don't see us getting distracted by a detour to Moria, rest assured. I honestly don't think that the servants of Saruman would be happy if we delay our journey with many little side journeys any more than we already will have to.
Then it is done. And Gandalf takes a final puff out of his pipe, taps it out, and puts it into his cloak again, gets to his feet. You shall leave in the morning, then.
So,
good.
When we're done with all this, we are meeting you again?
He says, yes, in Launder. Hold on, I just have to look at the calendar to see Shire Reckoning. So you are in, I think it was 14th Wedmath.
Mm-hmm.
Halimath. So, yes, he has told you to be in Launder on the 1st. It's in West Haven, 1st of Winterfell. He'll meet you there.
Oh, I'll have to check the calendar because I use the other calendar for my reckonings. I'm like, I have to check the converter.
Yeah. The first of Winterfell.
Now, Gandalf, I was a young hobbit gong farmer when the company of us went down to Tharbad many, many years ago. Has it changed perhaps since then? What kind of my memory of that location is that what I can expect to be there?
When did you go down? What year did you go down?
Oh boy. Okay, so I haven't thought that through. It might have been 15 years ago.
Okay, because Tharbad, as recently, right within the last 50 years, has gone through a steep decline. There was a harsh winter, followed by a plague that wiped out a large portion of the population, and it has since never recovered. A lot of people have fled north. In fact, a lot of the people that have moved to Bree are from the Tharbad region, or they've gone south to Londare and West Haven.
It was a location that we would pick up merchants' deliveries from further south and us to bring them further north.
Okay, so you would make an old lore check for me though, please. You're gonna have to. Okay. You would know that Tharbad is filled with thieves and brigands, that they exact a huge toll on any merchants traveling along the north-south road to ensure safety. Basically, they're extorting anyone who goes through. It's a pretty rough and tumble type place. Makes Bree looks like a summer picnic in comparison. So,
but I do have a little bit of inside knowledge. Turk has some inside knowledge and may be able to navigate the social organization.
Perhaps it depends. When you were there, you would know that there are various gangs and of different bandit outfits vying for power here. So it's pretty lawless, you know.
Just the kind of place I like.
Yeah. All right. So with your journey finalized, at least in terms of where you'd like to go, I'm going to bring you to a map. This is your journey map. And who's going to be your guide? Turk. All right. So I will put your token here on Rivendell. Can you please tell me who is undertaking what role?
Let me look at the roles again.
Zurich would be best as a lookout, but he could maybe be a... What was the other? The hunter?
Okay, I would be best as a lookout as well. And then we've got, do we know like the skills of the two women with us, what they would be best at?
Sure, let me look them up.
As I say, are they here?
Well, they're definitely going to be with us.
Let me see.
I guess I'd be the same as a hunter or a scout.
Yeah.
But I'd be best as a lookout.
Yeah, no, they're going to be pretty useless at anything. They don't have any relevant skills.
Okay. All right. So just for the group to be aware, as I look out mechanics wise, so that we are doing this like to the best of our ability. As a lookout, I'm gonna have a +6. As a hunter or scout, I'm gonna have a +2. So if anybody has something that's better than any of that, or equal to, and wants to do those other things.
I'm in the useless team with +3 perception and then +0 and +1. So
Okay.
but we can have multiple people doing things, right?
Yes.
Exactly, yeah. And +1 is still better than +0, which is what Anna and Norla have.
Yeah. So if they're assisting, like if they are doubling up in one of these, do they give us like advantage?
They would give advantage, yeah.
Okay. Well, that might be useful. Maybe like put one of them in each of hunting and scouting to just give whoever's doing those two jobs advantage.
I would say limit their opportunity to be alone with Eucaliel.
Yeah. Which means I know that Zurich has I know that a lot of people have a pretty good perception, but I think that my best usefulness will be as a lookout.
And let's not give them the same job. Let's give them different jobs. So they're not out hunting together or
Yeah, it
one.
would be like them, like one person hunting with a player, one
Right.
person scouting with a player.
Right.
Okay.
So the two of you, which one do you want to do, hunting or scouting?
Me and Goldie.
Yeah.
Goldie, do you have a preference, hunting or scouting?
I have
So
a
scouting is
+1
like
in
doing the camp
explore.
stuff.
Yeah. +1
You're
on
better-
that, +1 on the other one.
Yeah, that's same with me. Yeah, I'm +1 on both. Do you have a preference to scout or to hunt?
I think Goldie would prefer to scout than
Yeah.
hunt.
Yeah. Okay. Zurich will be the hunter.
All right.
Be prepared to
Oh,
eat
you'll
squirrel
correct
every night.
Right, so let's say Anna is going to go on scouting with Goldie,
Okay.
and Orla will be hunter with Rick. All right. Excellent. So you are all gathered once more on the outskirts of, in the courtyard of Rivendell. Your father approaches you, Kaliel, and
Mhm.
hands you a large a scroll case that you can sling over your shoulder.
Okay, and that's the documents I need.
Those are all the documents, the maps and documents that you need.
Okay.
And he looks at you and says, I need not remind you that these are very important and very rare documents that I'm delivering and giving into your care.
Don't worry,
Please.
Father. I will protect them with my life.
And I heard rumored that you were planning on going by way of water. I hope I misheard that, because although the scroll case is quite protected, it is not waterproof.
I believe that we are going to be traveling alongside the river for the most part. But if we do end up going on the water, I will make sure, to the best of my ability, to keep it high and dry.
He looks a little relieved when you said that you're going by land. It's okay.
And I'm sorry about the petition. I
heard. He looks over at your companions. Looks a little disappointed at the hobbits and sees.
I
dwarf
told you, Father, they're very brave. They'll be wonderful protectors for me.
And then he looks kind of side-eyed at Anna and Orla. Be careful.
I will. And as Lord Elrond reminded me, this is an atonement after all. It's not supposed to be easy.
I expect you here before the Yule.
Well, I will do my best. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to get here by my birthday.
Then we'll celebrate when you return then.
The last one that'll matter, I suppose.
He smiles at that. Says, we shall see. And he steps back, and Elrond is there. You find out that Gandalf had taken off at the break of dawn earlier that morning. He's already gone.
Gotcha.
And Elrond says, "You are more than welcome to return."
You're breaking up. I couldn't really hear you.
All right. You're always welcome in Emladris. Hobbits and Master Dwarf. And that's all he has to say to you. And he just looks at you, Caliel, and says,
I hope I too am welcome.
of course, daughter of the light.
Yes.
Remember Gandalf's words. Do not test Saruman.
Is he looking at Zurich when he says that?
At that, you can see both Anna and Orla got their ears kind of perk up at the mention of their master.
Mm-hmm.
Be safe and come home quickly.
Yes. We will.
Here we go. You are on your journey. All right. So journey mechanics are a little different.
Mm-hmm.
You have, hold on, let me change this so I can zoom in here a bit more. All right. So you set your path. So this is going to be a little different. We're not going to pre-plan your path. You'll just move your token hex by hex. Okay. So the first thing we do is make your first pathfinding check, and you have advantage.
Are we going to travel the north side of the river or the south side of the river? Does it matter? The north bank or the south bank?
The east bank.
Yeah, the east-south bank probably, because otherwise we're going straight into the angle.
Yeah, and we want to avoid the angle. Okay,
not only that, but
southeast bank. Yeah,
but we're also unsure about if we were on the other side, whether there's any. Well, here's the question. After, of course, learning all the maps and everything, I would know where all the forges or rope bridges or other bridges there are across the river.
None.
So
nope.
We're on the east side.
Yep. We're just there.
So pathfinding every hex?
No. So depending on what you roll, you'll get to travel a certain number of hexes before something happens.
I see. Mm-hmm. Before we leave, of course.
Do we want to have someone sing our song?
We could do that, but I also wanted to ask Elrond, as we're leaving, Elrond, Isengard, to the left or to the right?
He looks at you, not quite sure what you mean.
From the movie, come on, Gandalf. Mordor, is it left or right? It was a lovely little moment. Anyway, yep. So yes. So first hex, you want me to roll with advantage?
Yes, please.
So that would be travel?
That is a travel check.
Mm-hmm. And do you get your proficiency bonus from your cartography tools or no?
You get to use your cartography tools, yes.
Okay.
So do I roll that instead of a travel check then?
Either, whichever one you want.
Oh. Well, that it's rolled travel, so I don't want to do that. I wanted to look at the equipment. Where's cartography tools?
It does. You would have had to build out a roll for it already, but it would have just been like
A D20 plus your proficiency.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have a roll built out for it because I was not.
Okay, so what is your wisdom here?
My
Two,
bonus
so-
on wisdom, or
So it's the same. Travel would have been better.
Okay.
Anyway.
okay.
But you did accidentally roll it with disadvantage.
Yeah, why did I? No, I dragged it up. I don't know why it did that. Do it again, or just
Maybe
use
it's
We'll
the
just
other
take,
one.
take the higher roll.
Okay. Fair enough.
Which would have been 16, which is a slight
Wow.
success.
Why did it do that? Anyways.
All right. Move three hexes.
Nice.
All right.
Hold on.
Pretty
that
straight
is
line.
4 from Random.
Not hard.
Hold on. Back one. You started
okay.
in this hex. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3.
2, 3.
Yeah. Okay. I need you to roll a D20. Okay. So at the end of a journey, you are each going to have to make a fatigue saving throw to see how much exhaustion you have at the end of your journey.
Yeah, and that's what that song was for.
Right. Did you sing the song?
We haven't yet. I said that
Okay.
before we left we should sing the song, and
She
nobody
did.
rolled yet.
No, she did. Yes.
Oh, she did?
Okay.
No, you said that. Yes, I agree.
Yes,
But no
I said
rolling
it,
yet.
but nobody rolled yet.
So do you want to roll now then?
Yes. Goldie,
Yeah.
can you sing our songs for us?
Yes.
Our
on,
walking
but-
song?
Okay.
It gets performance, I think.
Whoa, nice.
17. And this is your walking song, right?
Yes.
Yep.
We're
So
singing.
when we do the
We're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
Yes.
Isengard.
Okay, so-
Isengard.
You're taking
have-
me to Isengard.
You'll have advantage on your fatigue saving throw. All right.
Yeah.
Ah, nice.
So
Great
we're
job.
already annoying the Dunlendings because it's like singing like this is the song that never ends or something, and they're just like,
My God.
no.
Okay, so I'll also tell you this. Each hex that you travel takes 1 day.
Okay.
All right.
Quick
Mhm.
question. Leveled up to level 3, we haven't done health points.
We're taking the automatic, remember?
Yeah, we're
Oh.
taking average. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot that we had decided that.
All right. I need I'm just gonna go down the list here. Can Doug, so Zurich, can you roll a D6 for me, please?
I can.
Hunters. Who are the hunters? Zurich and Orla, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need you to make a hunting check.
Okay. With advantage if Orla helps me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right.
But if fail, you're both impacted.
Okay.
DC
Hunting.
15.
I don't have that in my list. Hunting is a wisdom. So I'm gonna roll survival. Same thing.
Yep.
Okay.
It'll show up as survival with advantage, right?
Yep.
And we're both affected. Whoa!
Nice.
20.
We're
Alright,
eating
so
good
you
tonight.
succeed. All right.
Some nice fat
gonna write this
hairs.
down. Should have had a piece of paper in front of me.
Conies,
That's
isn't it what
important.
I learned
That's
from you
not
guys the other
important.
day? Coney Island, named after a coney.
All right. So, Zurich, you guys have been traveling for 3 days now. The weather's warm. It is August, mid-August this time of year. It's relatively dry, but you're noticing kind of storm clouds kind of gathering, and it looks like rain is on the way. You can kind of smell it in the air. It's getting a little bit more humid. There's the loud rushing water of the loud water beside you. I'm just gonna change the scene here so you can see what it looks like.
Nice.
So it's this rough kind of open plain, rolling hills going alongside this tumultuous river. You can see off in the distance to the east the snowy peaks of the Misty Mountains kind of rising up in the horizon. You and Orla, who are in charge of providing food by hunting and fishing, Orla is doing her best. She does not complain. Doesn't say a whole lot, but she doesn't complain. And as the two of you are what would you say you're hunting or fishing? Are you hunting or are you fishing?
Definitely hunting. Probably setting up little twine and twig traps and things.
Okay. As you're setting little snares for like small conies or what have you.
Yeah.
Orla starts talking to you, kind of out of the blue, and says, "I don't think I've ever had a chance to thank you and your friends."
Mind your business. We're working.
Wow. There's be nice. She's going to kill me.
She kind of shuts up after that. Are you paying much attention to Orla while you're doing this thing?
Probably not.
No? Okay.
Probably not. Probably wary, maybe keeping her out of the corner of my eye, but it's all I can do to set up these traps.
Okay.
So I think, with the dwarven determination, probably I'm pretty focused on task.
Okay. So you're setting snares up along the countryside, and you realize doing your thing, and just as you hear Orla call out, "Watch your step," you find your foot ensnared in one of these traps that she laid, and your ankle kind of twists for a moment. It's not a fully twisted ankle, but it just kind of wrenches it, and it's not a serious injury. You won't be penalized or anything for this, but you will get a +1 to your DC for exhaustion at the end of the trip.
Okay.
And she says, "I tried to warn you."
Ah! My goodness, lass, I told ya!
Yes.
Do a better job of looking out for me next time.
She just kind of rolls her eyes and shrugs, like, "What the?" All right. So 3 days have passed. If there's anything along the way that you guys want to say or do, like, please let me know. Yes.
So were they successful in securing something for that evening?
Yes. Yeah. Hunting is assumed to always succeed unless there's a serious accident. This was a very minor accident that happened.
Okay. So Orla perhaps is stewing up some conies, nice little rabbit stew.
Mhm.
I'll walk up to her, and I know when we first got to Rivendell, I talked to her, and I do not remember what the role was, but I think it was high enough that she remembered. Um, I will bring up again, ask her, do you remember the raft that you were on? Do you remember who took you off of the raft and bound your wounds?
No, I recall I landed somewhere in Shire country, where the small folk like you live.
Yes, I found you. I found you half on and half off of this raft. With all kinds of, and I still have with me, it's in my inventory, this black arrow. Could you maybe, let me know? I mean, it's been bothering me all this time since I found you, and we managed to save you, brought you all the way to Bree, kept you alive. It's been bothering me. What happened? What happened to you?
She pauses when you say this and says, well, that is not the only thing you found. I seem to have been missing my bag and my dagger.
Ah, yes. Well, you probably won't remember, but when I was trying to rescue you, you actually tried to attack me. Probably just reacting, and I understand that. So I did have to take, and I will pull it out, her stiletto and offer it to her as a goodwill.
All right.
gesture.
She looks at it and looks up at you and says, thank you. And thank you for saving my life.
You're very welcome. Now, the message, of course, went to Rivendell, so to Master Elrond. So we know that was all delivered, and you understand where that went. Then your message case.
Yes. Do you still have it? I rather like that message bag.
And I do still have it, and will offer it to her as a goodwill gesture.
Thank you, little man.
Little hobbit, please, if it pleases you.
Hobbit. I have not met your kind before. You're a curious bunch.
Some may say that. Some may say we also are rather jolly folk.
Is it true you live in holes?
Some do. Not everyone.
Like rodents?
Like rodents, did you say? Maybe a step or two above a rodent, you might say.
Fascinating. I must see this for myself one day. I would like to visit you in Hobbitland.
I think that's a wonderful, wonderful idea. Please talk to Goldie. I think her family probably would have more guest rooms than my crowd would have. But one more thing. The man who came, who we understand now was your brother, I think there was a misunderstanding, and he thought we were trying to do you bad, but he scared the bejesus out of me that night while we were trying to get you to Bree. You had said to us, in your fevered haze, Bree Imladris. Do you remember saying those words?
No, but if you say so, then that is what must have happened.
I think you were meeting with, of course, your sister in Bree. So we brought you to Bree, and your poor brother met with an unfortunate accident.
He was murdered. And she looks over towards you, Callio.
Yeah,
We
this
cannot-
whole time at the mealtime, I have been like on the far side of the camp, noticeably like acting like I'm focusing on anything but them and their conversation.
Now, please, Orla, understand that we cannot turn time back. That it took both of them to misunderstand their actions. We cannot turn time back, but I can do one thing for you at least, and this is all that I saw. And I will offer her the stiletto that I got from her brother. And I don't know if it will have meaning for her, but again, an offering that I hope will turn her from negative attention to at least neutral attention.
All right. She looks at it for a moment, and her eyes kind of go wide. Just, that is Darrow's dagger.
It is. And I give it to you.
And she takes it very reverently from you and looks at it and kind of like almost caresses it. I thank you for this little hobbit man. And she puts it safely beneath her cloak and says, "For you, your friend will die a quick and painless death."
That's what I thought.
I will try to hide my surprise. I don't know if you want me to roll, but we'll file that one away for now.
I think I just like, because I feel like with my hearing, unless they were trying to be quiet, I heard the conversation.
I think you have to roll. Yes, I wasn't trying to make it.
Go ahead and make a roll a perception check.
Okay.
For me, please.
I will do that.
Are we sitting around the campfire while this is happening or something?
I think so.
Off to the side.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
this would not have been a public event.
With 15, you probably would have gotten the not every single word, but probably the gist of
Gotcha.
the conversation.
I will just like get up from where I'm sitting when their conversation is over and like cross past where they are to go do something. And as I pass by Turk, I will just sort of like murmur down towards him as he's sitting there and just say, I'm not going to beg for my life. I'll atone how I can.
And Orla sees you walk behind Turk and say this. She might not have heard what you said, but she doesn't seem to care.
Yeah.
Because she's still looking at Turk, kind of ignoring you.
Yeah.
And she says, "A blood debt is a blood debt, and no delivery of documents will repay that."
Yep.
Thank you for the meal that you've fixed for us.
Actually,
And
I think that is Goldie's job to get the camp all sorted.
Yeah.
Thank you for finding the ingredients for this meal that we're all enjoying.
All right. Can you make another pathfinding check for me, please? Another roll. Travel with advantage. Bring it back to this.
Dragging to modify, pulling it up.
So this is the next day. Stuff has happened. We're moving on the next day.
Yes. Is there something you'd like to do that night?
I mean, that was a pretty obvious threat against Kaliel, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. They're not trying to hide it.
And if we compared notes, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know where Zurich was when that was going down, but as far as Zurich taking Orla out on hunting expeditions, I think he's going to pay a lot more closer attention to what Orla is doing, and no longer turning our back on Orla at this point.
Or her sister.
Or the sister, yeah.
Although I think I will kind of like privately, or as privately as I can, tell the rest of the group as sort of a comfort to them that Elrond has assured me that their fear of Saruman will outweigh their desire for vengeance until we reach Isengard, most likely. So I'm like, yes, be aware, but I believe they will not try to make a move until we have arrived in Isengard. That's when I need you.
And the mission is done. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
They don't have the same care for us, though, because Elrond cares for you, not for us as much. So that's not gonna impede their trying to take us out before we get there.
I don't think any of them have the intention to harm anyone but me.
Yeah. Again, it's a blood debt. Yeah, the blood debt.
I am just gonna look at Zurich's ankle and just, if we're in the middle, they don't seem to care. They did stab Nizam in the head.
Yes, they did. Although the two of you were stalking them, so there is a little bit of, borderline self-defense.
All right. Go ahead. Oh, you did make the travel, so it's a 10. That's a fail. All right. So you will be moving. Sorry. 1 square. 1 hex. Move 1 hex for me, please. All right. And now I need you to roll a d20. And Goldie, can you roll a d6 for me, please?
Uh-oh.
Man, this is a tough trip for Zurich. Zurich, can you make another hunting check? This one will not be at advantage because you're not having Orla's help.
I'm not getting Orla's help?
No.
I pissed her off. Fuck.
Looks like reading cram.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, reading onions.
And everyone please make a charisma saving throw, hobbits with advantage.
What? What's going on?
Okay. Well, at least the hobbits I don't know. They rolled higher.
Okay, everyone except Turk gain 2 shadow points. Now describe what happens. And I have to make a roll for the Eye of Sauron.
Are we stumble upon the wraith?
Ooh, something funky.
Holy shit.
Half of my wisdom is 4, and I have 3 points.
Yeah, I'm over half. Doesn't something special happen if you're over half?
Oh, you're anguished. which is equivalent to 1 level of exhaustion, but it is not exhaustion.
All right. Wait, the shadow points is compared to what to be over half? Charisma
Wisdom.
or wisdom?
Wisdom.
Oh, I'm at half. I'm at half.
Oh, you're okay then.
I'm not over half. I'm at half.
And you
My
did remember to subtract what you needed to do during our rest, right?
I
Or
did. I
during
subtracted.
the fellowship phase. Yeah.
I subtracted 1, and then I just earned back 2, so I'm at 6,
Gotcha.
and my wisdom is 12.
Gotcha.
Okay. You only travel 1 more day. The skies are now heavy with dark clouds. Rain is imminent. When you stumble across a rather grisly sight, at first, it's a smell. Something just comes wafting. There's something carried by the breeze, something foul. And as you get closer, in a small little dip by the river, you see what looks to be a family of men, parents, 2 children, slaughtered. Not only slaughtered, but their bodies have been desecrated in horrible ways. You see black arrows piercing them several times. And you don't even need a hunting check to see heavy boots, many heavy boots tromping around this area in the muddy ground now.
So orcs
Orc.
in the area,
Yep.
probably. All the more reason to keep a good lookout tonight.
Yeah, and this what caused that? I mean, this you've seen your fair share of violent things before, but this is just particularly gruesome because it is a family,
Mm-hmm.
young children involved, and it looks like they ate.
Man flesh.
You look across and you see Orla. It's just standing there, looking at this sight, kind of frozen solid. And you can see her start to clench her jaw.
I would go comfort her, but it won't help. Should we take care of their remains, put them properly to rest?
How many are there? Is it
You
a
said
small village? A
4,
town?
right?
That's just a family. 2 parents, mother, father, and 2 children.
Yeah, 4 kids. Or 4 people.
When you make this suggestion, Anna kind of snaps everyone out of this grisly sight and says, "They're dead. It's pointless. We must make up ground. We're falling behind. Let the crows have them."
I look at Fandel on my shoulder and say, "Don't eat any of this, please."
Is it? Contemplating it for a second.
I'm not going to ask you to tell all of the animals not to eat these because they need to eat, but please, you don't eat them.
All right. And go ahead and make your next pathfinding check for me, please, Turk.
That was painful.
I'll try to roll better this time.
You can do it. Oh, but wait, before you make your roll, we did get those elixirs. What did the elixirs do again?
Yeah, you need to tell me which ones they were. You got 2 of them total.
2.
They could
Maybe
either be
one
just
of
like
each?
regular healing potions
Mm-hmm.
or relieve 1 level of exhaustion, not anguish.
Okay. What do you guys think? 1 of each? Or 2 of one and none of the other?
2 exhaustions.
Okay. All right.
Because
And we have-
they're very painful.
dokie.
Right.
Just wanted to check on that first. So yeah,
Okay.
go ahead and make your roll.
Travel roll.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yay.
All right. Go ahead and move 3 more hexes. I'm gonna watch which
Nice.
hexes you pick.
Stay along the river.
Yeah.
All right, 1, 2, 3,
1,
right
2,
along the
3.
river.
Yeah.
All right, roll a d20, and Eucaliel, please roll a d6.
A D6. Okay. D6.
Uh-oh. Roll. Low roll again.
Oh my
Jeez.
goodness. Oh,
Oh,
shaking his head.
what? What?
All right, who are the scouts? That would be Goldie and Anna.
Yeah.
Goldie, I need you to make what is it that scouts have to roll again? Where'd it go?
Explore, I think.
Explore. Yeah.
Explore, please. Yeah. With advantage, because Anna's gonna help you. You haven't pissed her off yet.
You guys got to work at those interpersonal relationships.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
All right, so
Nicely done.
All right. Ooh, just saved off more shadow there. Just so you guys know, you are at a +5 for your exhaustion check at the end of this journey.
What does that mean?
That's +5 to your DC, so you have to roll a 15 or higher right now on a Constitution saving throw when you
Yeah.
finish your journey. You have
Oh my
light
gosh.
The
exhaustion.
song, I
16
believe,
for me.
gives us advantage.
Advantage, yes.
Oh, yeah.
But something else happens here.
Oh, great. Lovely.
This time it affects the scouts. So during that day, Zurich and Orlak brought back the normal catch, a good catch of rabbits and squirrels, but the catches are getting a little more meager these days as the rain is starting to come and the rodents and whatnot are not as active in this foul weather. So you've taken to foraging, berries, mushrooms, whatever that you can find. You find some food, berries in this particular case. They look good, they smell good. You try some, taste good. You cook it up, you feed it to everyone. Everyone feels good for the first half hour, but then afterwards you guys spend the rest of the evening throwing it up.
Ah!
And yeah, you end up with a bout of food poisoning that night. And you got that added +2 to your exhaustion check at the end of this trip.
Oh my
Luckily,
That's
you rolled in that
poison, not
20.
disease, right?
Yes.
I ask because as an elf, I'm immune to disease. So I just double checking.
Yeah, it is poisoned. Although you do have your herbal remedies that if you
I
want to.
do.
And this does not have any long-term effects. You just have it just kind of knocks you out that evening, and you have very unpleasant,
And
soggy,
using
wet,
the
sickening.
remedies, would that negate the negative points?
No, unfortunately, it would not.
Okay.
Not in this case.
All right. Then I will save them.
All right. Next check. Let's see if you can make it past the angle.
Travel.
Mm-hmm.
Woo. Yeah.
All right. You get to move 2 hexes this time.
Cool.
Two with a roll of 16. Oh, wow.
I
Well,
just have
here
to
we
double
are.
check that.
Right at the angle.
So it's
All
been 9 days. Or
It's 1 day per hex. So this any number of hexes you pass through are uneventful, but it still takes you a day to go through them.
Okay.
Hold on, I just have to double check the distance because this could.
Yeah, I was just double checking to see like how long have we been traveling for? I think it's 9 days. I'm just curious.
Okay, sorry, 3 hexes. You succeeded, so it's 3 hexes.
Yay! Thank you, sir.
All right. Now roll another d20 and Zurich, roll a d6.
Okay.
First time it's high.
Yeah.
Does that mean a different table that we're looking at?
Well, we'll see.
We don't know.
Oh, let's see. Yeah.
All right, I need Zurich to make another hunting check for me, please.
Okay. No advantage because I pissed him off.
That's correct.
Gotta work on those personal relationships. Oh,
Yeah. Maybe we take a moment tonight to chat with people.
So what
you
happens
got a deer
today?
this time.
A number of things. Zurich, while you're out hunting, keeping one eye out on what Orla is up to, setting your snares or whatnot, you notice something, an animal trail, making its way through the wilderness, away from the river. But it looks like it is drier ground. You guys have been sludging it out along the riverbanks in this wet, stormy weather. It's been raining now for days. But it is now... This path looks like it could get you to higher ground, drier ground, and possibly even a shortcut.
Ooh.
Do you want to take it? It does take you away from the river.
Me just in the course of hunting, or would I make that recommendation to Turk, our guide?
Well, you would, in your hunting expedition, you would have found this like animal trail that leads up and looks like it crosses a ridge that would possibly.
So I'm
save
not
you time.
necessarily leading the whole party there. It's just I myself would go there during the course of this hunting expedition.
Oh, you find it. You find this potential shortcut. You can communicate it back to your company and
Yeah. That's what I do. Yeah.
So you guys,
The
only caveat is that it takes you away from the river.
Yeah. It would be cool to have a shortcut, but also we've just gotten to the part of the river that that hasn't been searched. But also, what are the odds that anything is still this high up the river? I don't know.
I'll just point out the new route, but yeah, you're whether or not it's worth taking, especially when we need to be searching.
I would suspect it would just sort of factor into the role, perhaps.
I mean, it would also like take us in a different direction, possibly.
Yeah.
Such as towards Ost in Idle.
Not necessarily that far, I'm hoping, but maybe like a hex away from the river.
So normally you would probably go on like here. Actually, you would probably follow the river here. This potential shortcut would take you like a full hex away from the river.
Quick question. I mean, I don't think I have the lore background for this, but wraiths in rivers, are they confined to a river? Should we expect them to be still in the river? That kind of thing.
Go ahead and make an old lore.
Is it something that I can help with?
If he's asking this question of the company and wants your help.
I'm asking Khalil this question.
You're asking Ukulele to figure it out for you.
Khalil this question, so maybe she should roll.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I would volunteer for that.
Yeah.
And I'll assist.
Okay.
You can only assist if you have proficiency in old lore in this particular
And I
case.
don't, so I'm not.
And I'll just roll normal.
Zurich has proficiency in old lore.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
2 others.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Then
And
go ahead, roll with
I'll
advantage.
do it with advantage.
Wow.
Oh, that's a +7. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice roll.
Old lore is my highest stat. I am a lore scholar.
Okay. What you know of wraiths and the undead, they're typically bound to a certain place or artifact, usually associated with their passing. But not all of them. It depends on the nature, because some are more powerful and have the ability to move about wherever they want. Ring wraiths, for one.
Yeah. So there's no guarantee that it's still in the river.
But it's a possibility.
But it's a possibility. Like, it could have just drifted down to Tharbad and then come out and done other things. Because we know that's like a hotbed of stuff going on, right?
Zurich will whisper under his breath, "It wants to be found."
Exactly. Yeah. So maybe taking a shortcut to get us to Tharbad faster would be acceptable. Because it's
I'll
been
go with
like
the lore master.
3 weeks by now. Or no, it's been almost a month since it was lost down the river. It's probably further than this. Yeah. I guess
Also,
that would
that's
be my
17 as
advice.
well. It depending on the nature of the undead. This wraith of the cold water, the cruel waters. The lore behind them is that they were trapped and drowned in this river, but they weren't innocent. They were traitorous, right? And they became servants of Shadow and enemy of the enemy. And when they drowned in the river, they became what they are now, wraiths. So that being said, they're likely bound to the river. That's probably what you would probably surmise, these particular ones. But then again, this is a very long river. So yeah, and they would likely be servants of the enemy.
So really, it's a sort of a tipping thing. More likely than not, it's bound to the river, is what I heard.
Yeah.
So we should stick with the river, and hopefully it will turn up along the way. What happened to the lovely sword that our former ranger had?
He
I
has
guess
it still.
that's done with him.
Yeah. Your undead fighter is gone.
Gone. Yep. I couldn't wield it, but
Yep. All right. So you forego the shortcut.
yeah.
Agree.
Okay. Make your next pathfinding check then for me.
And do we have to do any special things along the river at this point to be searching the river, or is that just part and parcel of all of the checks that we're doing?
I would say that would likely be the lookout's job.
Okay.
Or scouts. Lookout or scouts would be. So I'll let lookouts and scouts make perception checks.
Okay. I would
From
be
this
willing
point
to do
forward.
Yep.
Yeah.
That. Okay. I will perception for this leg of the journey.
Wow!
That's what I'm saying. Like, I've been waiting to do my lookout rolls because I'm like, I've got a +6.
I gotta see Goldie's roll. What's Goldie's roll? Oh, you're muted, I think.
Oh, there we go.
That's good
Nice.
too.
That's a good
So
roll.
good. All right. Okay, I need a number of rolls here. I need Goldie to make another D6 roll. I need Turk to make another D20 roll.
Uh-oh, 1. Uh-oh, 7.
Oh no.
Okay, so go ahead and move yourself along the river 2 hexes. And I need I need Goldie to make an explore check for me, please.
Is Anna helping still?
This one, no.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Forget.
Oh, goodness. I might have to have a talk with the two of them. Just like, hey, I know you guys want to kill me, but like, let's
Kill
get
me
everyone
later.
else where they're going first.
All right. So, as you're making your way down this river, and it's still pouring rain, Eucaliel, you notice what looks to be a small settlement that you're approaching along the banks of this river. And as you're making your way there, yourself and excuse me, Goldie are trying to look into this like raging white water. Actually, it's calming down at this point. It's not as rough, but it is swollen. The river with all this rain, it's
Yeah.
quite high, and it's kind of very slippery on the banks. Goldie knows what's going to happen.
Oh no.
Goldie, you lose your footing on the edge of this bank. You slide in. You're eventually pulled out, but because of your rolls, your DC now for exhaustion at the end of this journey is now at a +7.
Oh,
and you are going to be forced to lose a day here because Goldie gets a tremendous cold, running a hot fever, unable to travel.
Oh,
She needs
no.
rest. Luckily, there is the small settlement that you are approaching.
Yeah. Well, let's head into that settlement.
This looks friendly.
And sort of
Yeah,
a
so these homes. Yeah, it's kind of dismal in here. The name of this village, Greymoor, isn't kind of is indicative of the general demeanor of the people here. 1 second, I'm going to bring this up here. Here we go. My old eyes. I need to zoom in here. 1 second. Okay. As you approach this small community of wooden homes with thatch roofs, clearly they are scraping by. See people kind of dragging around like carts, bundles of firewood that with tarps, blankets thrown over them to try to keep them wet or keep them dry from this rain. You see a like faint and weak tendrils of smoke rising from a few chimneys in the village. The people just stop, and as you approach, perhaps I don't know how you're helping Goldie along in her rather sick state. But none of them come to your aid as they just kind of watch you curiously, this small gaggle of company as you come over the ridge.
Does
These
any
are done-
home... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, these are done lendings.
No,
No.
We're not
No.
far enough.
it's a settlement of men in the middle of nowhere, really, in the wildlands. You can tell that they look almost like they could be nomadic based on the state of their homes. They just basically go where the food is, and they'll build little temporary homes to provide shelter maybe for a season or two, and then they'll probably move on to to better greener pastures if they can. But as you approach and the outskirts, and these people on the outskirts of the village just see you come over the ridge, and they just stare at you. Beyond them, you hear angry shouts and sounds of an argument in a small crowd gathering on the far side of the town. They seem to be venting their anger and their wrath at a particular man who might look tough or dangerous under other circumstances. But here he is, like, his long hairs, scraggly hairs, is kind of damp with rain. He's totally drenched. His clothes are a patchwork of leather and wool that's been torn in several places. It looks like he's seen better days. You see there is dried blood from a head wound that's encrusting his face and his facial hair. And the leader of this community, a woman, stands before the wounded man, appealing for calm from the crowd. And you hear shouts from the crowd rising up. "He should be killed for what he's done," shouts someone. Another shout comes up. "He's one of them rangers. Kill him." And another one cries, "Justice! We want justice!" The leader, an elderly-looking one, raises her hands and calls for quiet. "Please, please, if you take this wretch's head, and no doubt it is warranted, then what will become of her friend Borlas? Put aside your anger and think." And the crowd just kind of roars up and says, "We want justice."
I think that I want to approach and see if I can help calm things. I know that Goldie isn't feeling well. So on the excuse of like, well, let's talk to the village elder and see if we can find some place to get out of the rain and stuff. I will head over in that direction. Hopefully others follow. And I go up to, if I can get close enough to the woman to speak, I'll go up to her and just say, "What seems to be the commotion?"
Are you hiding the fact that you're an elf?
No, because Elrond said that I didn't have to.
Okay.
So I'm like, nope, I'm done with that.
Well, as you make your way through the crowds, people start changing their cries for justice, and as they notice you, and says, "She's an elf. What's an elf doing this far south?" And the hush kind of goes over the crowd. What are the rest of you doing while Eucalio moves forward? And Goalie, just to be clear, even though you're sick, you're still able to do stuff. You're not out of it.
Yeah, no, I work sick. I just kind of like stay at the back so I don't think I'm like contagious or anything. I don't wanna just try to blend in, maybe like hide behind Zurich or something, or next to.
Zark is just humping all the gear that he can carry, so he just looks like he's a walking wheelbarrow of traveling gear.
Yeah, it's just behind.
I actually meant to ask: Are we on horses since we're
No, you're
on
not.
land?
You're all on foot. Turk, would you like to approach, or are you going to hang back with the group?
No. I'll move up with you, Khalil, and lend support as possible.
All right. Just so you guys all know, Anna and Orla are hanging back too.
Gotcha.
They don't want to have anything to do with these people.
Mm-hmm.
The town leader, or whatever her title is, sees you approaching, just recognizes you as an elf, and gives you a little curtsy. Says, "My lady."
And I give a nod towards her. Is there anything that I can help with here?
You see one of the people in the crowd just yells, "We want his head!" And the lady says, "Please, please, please." She lets out a little sigh and says, "This man, he's responsible for a large number of thievery and banditry along the roads here, and we managed to apprehend him while he was asleep, and now he stands before us to face justice."
Has he said anything in his defense?
He claims that he was simply trying to survive.
And I thought I heard someone say this man is a ranger, a Dunedain?
And at that, the man, I can show you a picture of him too. I think I have him here. Very pleasant looking individual. He gives a like spit, something like that. I ain't no fucking ranger.
Ah,
I see.
Yes, you know who I am? And he kind of tries to straighten himself up. His hands are tied, bound in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'm John a Leapin. You should be afraid of me.
You do understand that they want to kill you for your crimes. Do you think it's appropriate to brag?
They won't kill me because they know all the trouble they'll be in if they do. Gurna will come down here and kill a lot of them.
what was that name?
The town leader, her name is Martha.
Okay.
Says, Gurnau is the bandit leader who de facto runs Tharbad to the south. Apparently, John Alipin here is one of his crew. And now the problem is that Gurnau holds one of our townsfolk in his captivity. Borlas, our cobbler.
For what?
Now, for what?
Perceived crime.
Failing to pay taxes.
I see.
So my hope was to trade this scoundrel, John Alipin, for Borlas.
We may be able to help you, but first, I would need to speak with my friends here. Is there someplace dry that we can rest? One of our number has caught, had a tumble into the water and needs someplace dry to rest.
She looks past you at the four individuals still on the hill. The dwarf with an enormous mountain of packs on his back, and Goldie hiding behind him, and the two women. She narrows her eyes a bit and says, "This is odd company you keep, my lady. I would never have thought an elf and a dwarf in the same company."
We have shared interests for the time being.
And the small folk, so far from the Shire.
Indeed. But they also, and I just kind of gesture over to Turk, they have shared interests. We have things that we would like to accomplish out here.
We take big steps.
Indeed.
Can you all make a perception check for me, please?
Okay.
Us two up the hill?
Yes, please.
Perception.
Somebody got it.
Yeah.
Ooh, nicely done, two of you.
Yeah, three of you. Everyone except
Me.
or Turk.
At the sound of
I'm blocking his
just,
view.
these bandits and these bullies, Zurich ears perk up. He doesn't like bullies.
You see, Eucaliel, out of the corner of your eye, and Goldie at the top of the hill, you have the best vantage. You see an individual kind of hanging back at the edge of the crowd that's been demanding this individual's head. As Martha ushers the one standing on the hill to approach and then try to find you a dry place to stay and rest, one cloaked figure just kind of breaks away, starts moving out of town. I'm just going to roll something here.
That's such a high modifier.
No, that's just 2 dice that they just added.
Oh, okay.
So
together,
yeah,
gotcha.
you both notice it, and I mean, you wouldn't have noticed anything out of the ordinary, except that this individual looks pretty sus. Just trying to stay out of sight and kind of sneak between buildings and out of town and heading south.
Heading south. Are we able to notice anything about what they're wearing other than the fact that they're cloaked?
Just that they're cloaked.
Okay. I will just remark to Turk, because he's the only one that's next to me. It looks like the bandit chief will learn about what we're doing here. I saw someone leaving town.
How many? 2?
Just one.
Oh, just
Goldie.
one.
Yeah. Goldie, you saw this too, and Anna and Orla are beside you. Do you say anything to them when you see this shady figure sneaking off? What's even more sus for this, just before this happens, you saw that shadowy, that shady figure look up at the four of you on the hill, scope out Eucaliel and Turk, and just kind of snake off.
Do they see him?
They do not seem to notice him.
I am actually going to turn to Zurich. And do you think it's a good idea to let that one go?
Nope. Looks like a rat to me.
Yep.
So you say this out loud?
Yep.
We can talk in our minds, sadly.
All right, so Anna and Orla, their ears perk up and say, rat.
Yeah, whoever these bandits are. That one just snuck off to tell them that we're new in town.
Anna and Orla just look at each other, nod silently, and they both chase after the individual.
Okay. Yeah, they're not good for catching someone to fall in the river, but I think we get that.
You sound bitter.
A little bit. As we're walking down, I will say, once they leave, if they get it, it's a good thing it's them and it's not us, I think. I need soup.
All right, so you guys are all brought into one of these little rundown little shacks, and it's as dry as it's going to get. There's still water kind of pouring through the roof. The ground is still kind of muddy and wet, but they have like raised small platforms, and they've gotten some dry grass on them. That's the best you can do. they can do. But yeah, you are able to rest and dry off here.
So Goldie and the others went that way, but the person who was sneaking out of town, are they beyond our ability to catch up to them? I mean,
So Anna and Orla followed that person. Goldie and
oh,
Zurich came down to town with us.
Yeah, once
They
we get in range with you guys, I would say, someone, I don't know if you guys saw it, someone was trying to run or walk away, and our weird companions are taking care of it, I think.
I think they may know who that person is and may be on their side. I'm going. I'm willing to go in that direction. Goldie, you should get under some cover though, because you're not feeling well right now. You need to look after your out of game hypothermia, perhaps.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna try to make soup.
Yes.
See if they have some potatoes.
Yeah, potatoes.
Due to the
Potato.
circumstances, Turk, I don't think it would be
Potato.
I don't think it would be wise for me to follow with you. It's not a good idea to have me in smaller groups with them. But
Okay, so I'll yes, and
Zurich,
I'll agree. I'll say go look after Goldie, and I'm going after the
yeah.
stealthy person.
Zurich, if you'd like to join him, I think Goldie and I will be fine here. You can leave your pack here if you like to go a little light.
I would. Yeah, Zurich's sloughing off all his stuff. Grabbing his axe.
Yep.
All right, so Turk and Zurich are going to go after Anna and Orla, who are going after this mysterious individual, while Eucaliel and Goldie start settling in.
Mhm.
Martha is with you.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I think like while we're settling in here, I kind of just ask her some questions about like, you know, how life in this town is like how are they doing here and like um how much influence the bandits exert over them and stuff like that, just to kind of get a lay of the land.
She sighs, and she's ordering people to give you a warm and as welcome as possible. There are some people in the village who are kind of resentful of your presence. They feel like they barely have enough to get by themselves, let alone host a bunch of strangers that came into town. So, but she kind of keeps a polite face on, says, "It's been tough. I will not lie. We left Tharbad to try and escape their rather difficult rule. Life here, unfortunately, has not proven much easier. But we do what we can."
Well, if it helps any, while my friend Goldie here and I wait for the rest of our group to return, and while we get some rest, um, if there's anyone in your village that might need any small amount of healing that I might be able to provide to
There's
repay
no
your kindness.
shortage of that, my lady. Take your pick of colds, fevers, sprained ankles, cuts, bruises,
I will help as many
dysentery.
as I'm able.
I appreciate that, my lady. May I ask, though, and I know that this is none of my business, but I I can't help but ask out of curiosity, what are you and your company doing in the wildlands?
We're heading south.
He raises an eyebrow. To Tharbad?
We may pass through there.
Then perhaps you can repay our hospitality with a favor.
You're going to ask about the trade. Yeah. I was going to offer assistance in that once I had the opportunity to talk with my friends here. But yes, it is my desire to assist you in this exchange of hostages.
That would be most fortuitous if you could return Borlas to us. Get this vile man off our hands before my village lynches him. I would appreciate that. I cannot offer you much more than shelter and what meager food we have, which is basically just gruel.
Mm-hmm. That is fine. We are prepared for journey, but we just needed some time to rest somewhere dry. I will say we may or may not be able to backtrack back to here. So if there's anyone from your village who would like to accompany us and then escort them back, I would hate to just set them free and make them make their own way.
I see.
I could speak to my friends. We may have time.
Let me think on that. The only concern I have is that the master of Tharbad, he's not on good relations with us. He feels that we are lost sheep and he would like nothing more than to pull us back into his fold. To have one of my villagers come with you would put them in great danger.
I understand. Well, I think that we may be able to make this work. Perhaps after we... What time of day is it right now? Is it like...
It'll be late afternoon.
Okay. If we are able to rest the night here, I think by the morning I will have been able to speak with my companions and we may have a plan. If that's acceptable.
It's more than we could have hoped. Thank you so much. And if you don't mind, I will send the worst cases of individuals who could use your healing. If you don't mind. Of course. And she bows to you and bows to you, Goldie, as well, before she leaves. I'm going to switch over quickly to Zerk and Turk. As you are rushing out to catch up with Anna and Orla, I need one of you or both of you to make a hunting check to see if you can find them.
How's your hunting, Zerk? Mine's not too bad. I got +1.
+1. I'll help you.
Okay.
All right.
Although I'm not proficient. Can you help if you're not proficient?
No, not in this case.
Then I'll just roll independently.
Okay.
Oof. Oh.
All right.
Nice.
All right. So Zurich, you're able to pick up their footprints in the mud, cresting over another small hill, and you can see them in the distance. You can see Anna and Orla. They kind of split up. They're almost like sheepdogs trying to round up a lost sheep. You're going to cut this individual off, and they will get to them before you do. Like if we're going to measure this in rounds, there'll be 2 rounds. They'll be there 2 rounds ahead of you. Like if you do a straight dash towards this guy.
I'll
still
share
want
that
to
with
chase
Turk. No, I won't run so fast as. Well, first off, I'll point it out to Turk, but Zurich's own action will be not to necessarily rush to intervene, but move fast enough to keep an eye on what's going on. But I'm curious to see. I want to see how they maneuver and how they perform. But I'm not going to rush in and intervene. I just want to move fast enough so I can see what they do.
All right, Turk.
I'm with Zurich. Yes, I mean I'm trying to keep up with Zurich. I hear dwarves are good in sprinting.
It's a
Not
short
so
thing
good
or
on
long
long
distance?
distances.
All right. So you try and chase after this scene unfolding in front of you. Anna and Orla eventually catch up with this cloaked figure who stops and puts his hands up. And you can hear it's a man's voice begging for his life. Says, please, don't hurt me. Just gonna roll 2 dice here.
See these 2 assassins in action.
Okay. All right, yeah, that's easy. You can see Anna. Anna's the one that delivers the killing blows. They just kind of descend on this man before he gets another word out. He just kind of ends his sentence in a gurgle, and you can see him just slump to the ground.
like a spot, a stiletto in the head kind of thing, or
Yeah, stiletto right up here, right up into the head.
whew.
The figure crumples to the ground. Anna, you can see, just wipes the stiletto's blade, puts it away, and they're walking back to you. They see you up on the hill looking at them. They're walking right to you.
Zurich will just stand there stone-faced.
How close are we?
They'll get there in 2 rounds.
So we'll get there in 2 rounds.
Or are you still running to them? I thought you had stopped to watch them.
Well, should we not try to see if there's any information on the person? Try to figure out who they are.
You can. The deed
Okay,
is
I'll
done.
do that then. Yeah, I'll try to sort of. I mean, if they turn and see us, I don't know. Is it possible for me to try to duck down and be stealthy so that they don't see me?
Yeah, go ahead, make a stealth roll. Yep, stealthy hobbits. All right, so you managed to find like a little tall set of grass that you can like duck into and hide behind before they arrive. They don't seem to see you. They walk right up to Zurich.
Okay, so I'll circle around then, and I'll try to make my way to the cadaver.
Okay. While they're there, because they stop in front of Zurich.
No. They're walking away, right? You said that they're coming towards us.
They're coming towards you, but yeah, you're hiding motionless behind a tall set of grasses, right? As soon as you move, you're gonna have to make another stealth check.
Okay, I'll remain behind my route.
Okay. And so they approach you, Zurich, and they stop in front of you.
That was efficient.
Anna smiles. This is how we work.
Zurich nods, turns around, starts to walk back to the camp.
All right.
The town.
They walk with you. Zurich, you are now free to move stealthily to this body. No one's around, so you don't have to roll stealth. They've left. Go ahead and make an investigation check if you like to, with advantage on this body, because it's... All right. The man looks to be probably in his late 40s. Looks like any one of these other villagers, slightly malnourished, a little gaunt, missing several teeth. Doesn't have anything on him at all. Just his cloak, which is seen better days too.
Nothing unusual about anything that he's wearing, or I mean, with that roll, I would have seen it. So, yeah, why was he running then? Obviously, some kind of a plant. He was getting paid by Gur now. Okay.
All right.
I'll turn around and head back. Yeah.
Okay. As you turn around and head back, you do see a couple of crows descend upon the cadaver.
Circle of life.
Yep. All right. So you're all back in Greymoor, in this tiny little hovel. All of you can fit in there. It's going to be tight quarters. You can basically sleeping next to each other.
Yep. For the healing stuff, I'm going to try not to use any of my actual like healing like spell, quote unquote, spells, my craft or anything like that, but I will be using like herbalism kit, my healer's kit if I need to, and I would like to kind of show Goldie the ropes with like herbalism kit as we're like tending to people that need healing, because she expressed an interest in learning that stuff. So that's my plan for that part.
Can you both make medicine checks for me, please?
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you using your herbalism kits to are you using that?
Yeah, I can use my herbalism kit. I am proficient in it, but I think, actually, yeah, if it's medicine with the herbalism kit, that adds my proficiency, so it'd actually be higher. So it'd actually be 2 more than this, I think.
Okay. And does that use part of your medicinal herbs?
Yeah.
Yes, I will. Well, so my medicinal herbs I kept them separate from like what my herbalism kit was. Let me see. I would be willing to expend a use of the healer's kit though, because I know that has charges.
Okay.
I'm also proficient in it.
No one is close to death, so you don't need to use a healer's kit.
Okay.
But all right, so medicine and 14, 17. And just to ensure, Goldie, you are trying to attend to some of these sick villagers too.
And the 17 would actually be a 19 with the proficiency in the herbalism kit.
All right, so just
yeah. Oh, and also, if I have proficiency, I add my proficiency to it, right?
Yeah. So that'd be +2, so you'd be 16.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so those are pretty decent rolls. And despite the fact, Goldie, that you're a little
so sick,
under the weather yourself, you're still able to attend to some of the worst cases in town, giving them herbal remedies to deal with like stomach cramps or broken limbs, sprained limbs, cuts, bruises. There's a long lineup out the door, out your door, and as you take people in, and as you do so, the townsfolk have started to change their opinion of you from resentment to appreciation.
That was my intention.
So, by the time, is there anything else you guys would like to do in town that night?
Should we question this fellow who was going to be lynched?
Yeah, you guys could. I actually want to have a brief conversation with Anna and Orla. But
please, by all means, go ahead.
Well, I guess I should say, have any of you guys that have been out with them made any comment about the fact that they haven't been very helpful? Like, that they're just like, or that they're in a bad mood towards you, or that they're not very helpful, or anything like that.
Zurich looks puzzled. I don't know what I did to piss him off.
But Eucaliel is aware that they seem pissed off at you.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm aware.
Okay. Well, if he is
me.
aware, then I think that I'll try to talk to them.
Yeah, I haven't said anything to them or to anyone, but Goldie's definitely scared of being with Anna, remembering what happened.
Yeah.
She's just like, the fuck? Yeah. Always like a little paranoid. She's the most paranoid little hobbit ever. Tries not to be, but she's definitely scared.
I think
I will also comment that Anna and Orla have not said a word to you, Eucaliel.
Yes. And I haven't said a word to them yet.
Yeah.
But I think I will take that opportunity as the others are preparing to possibly interrogate this bandit. I will, within sight of the rest of the group, kind of approach the sisters and ask if we can speak for a moment.
They look at each other briefly before looking at you, cold, dead stares.
Well, I suppose that's not a no, so I will speak. I know that there is debts owed from me to the two of you. But I also know that we all have a task that must be completed. And whatever animosity you have towards me, please don't let it jeopardize our task. And don't let it skew your opinions of my friends. They were not involved in that situation, and they don't deserve your hatred.
Orla speaks up first and says, I like the little rat man. I will not kill him.
Thank you. But
Anna.
I would also hope that you would help them as we travel, because the sooner we get where we're going, the sooner you get what is owed to you.
Anna stands up and gets red in your face.
Mm-hmm.
I don't take orders from you.
I'm
We
not
should not be here. You have exposed us to danger. You have exposed our company. We have to clean up your mess again. If it were me, we would have skipped this village. These slaughtered pigs who live in the dirt.
They get by the way that they can. It is not for me or anyone else to look down on them for that.
She looks at you, clear hatred in her eyes, and she just spits on your feet.
I just stand there unmoved and say, again, I will take your hatred, but do not turn it against others, please.
Stay away. Stay out of my way. Do not put us at risk again. Who knows? There could be an accident next time. and you might get hurt.
I will do my best. And I turn my back to them and walk away. Just kind of like shoulders slightly tense of like, they're gonna stab me in the back right now. I just know it.
No, they just watch you leave.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of you, were you there, or did you want to go out and find where John leaving is? They're keeping him in a separate building.
I would think I'd be keeping an eye on Eucaliel and the Dunlendings. When one of them stepped towards Eucaliel, I think Zerk would have stood a little straighter, but not necessarily in a threatening way, but he would have
Been ready.
been ready.
All right.
Turk's not very good with investigation, but he can go and at least ask some questions. Some simple ones. Hopefully get some context.
All right.
Yeah, I'll go with Turk.
Okay. So the hobbits
Good.
leave.
Have you warmed up?
Well, things need to get done.
All right. So you managed to find this where they're keeping him. It's more of it's about the size of an outhouse. They put a bar on the door so he can't get out. They don't really have any locks here. And you can't open the door to talk to him face to face, but you can speak to him through the door. And there's like slats, like if you can look in the picture here, it's not like solid woods. It's like more like sticks, bunches of sticks kind of tied together to form the walls.
Goldie, is your investigation must be better than mine.
No,
I'll assist you.
Does he say anything when we approach?
You can hear him rattle around in there a bit. He's still tied in there too, and you hear him scrambling, and he comes to the wall, and you can just see one of his eyes kind of poking out between one of the cracks. You're small folk, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. That we are.
You're gentle folk, kind folk. You'd help a poor man in a pinch now, wouldn't you?
We're kind to those that are kind to others. For the way that they reacted, I have
I'm the
doubts.
kindest of them all. Really. I know your folk back in Tharbad. Most pleasant bunch I've ever met. I'm sure you're the same.
Our folk? There's hobbits there?
Oh, sure there are.
Hmm.
Make the best sneaks, you know.
I will turn to Turk. What did you do to these people that they are treating you this way?
It's just a big misunderstanding, you know. It's just awful. Everyone watching over their shoulders, scheming, plotting, not trusting a soul out here. It's just horrible. Not a way to live. Man, I can't even breathe here for all the oppressiveness.
You told me what they do. You didn't tell me what you did to them. So they act this way.
I'm just trying to make a living. Trying to live out here.
You know what's very interesting, sir? Is that they are very kind to us. Because we showed kindness to them. We're not there with you.
Don't let that fool you. They're just kind to you because they want something from you. That's the way it works here.
That's the way it works everywhere. And if you know that, you would have work differently. So I really want to ask you one more time. What did you do to them?
They claim I'm a thief and a bandit and a murderer and all sorts of things. A ranger. Oh my God, even a ranger. I'm just a man. Just a man. Caught in a bad spot. Now stuck in this little leaky shed. Now won't you be good little folk that you are and let me out?
So a man from Tharbad, are you?
Aye. An important one, that too. I can reward you handsomely if you let me out. My boss, Daryl, he'll be more than happy to reward you. Name your price.
So your boss is Gurnow?
He sure is. Master of Tharbad.
And you were here spying on these people or trying to intimidate them?
Now, what you've been accusing me of, don't be falling for that paranoia.
I'm not accusing you of anything. That's just what the town is saying. So you're going to have to defend yourself.
Well, there's what the town says, and then there's what the truth is. And the truth of the matter is I was just minding my own business up here. Perhaps I came across a body or two and lifted some of the things that they didn't need anymore. And I was just sleeping on down by the river, by my lonesome, minding my own business, and they snatched me up and dragged me here and started accusing me of all this nonsense.
Goldie?
I know he believes what he says. Do I believe what he says?
Go ahead and make an insight check for me.
Why wisdom? I hate wisdom. Oh, alright.
Oh, you did good.
Yeah, this guy's lying through his teeth. He just cannot believe a word this guy's saying.
Right.
Well, good sir. As you said, there's their word and your word, and we're just we little hobbit passing by. But if you want, I can maybe talk with them. And now it's getting dark, so we should all sleep. The roads are not safe, and I am.
No. You don't understand, little lady. You gotta get me out of here now. They'll hang me in the morning. My death will be on your conscience.
There's a lot of things on my conscience. No, I don't think they will, though. If you let them sleep in it, in the morning we can talk with them, and I'll put a good word for you. But you gotta promise that you'll give us something in return.
Ah, there she is. What does the little hobbit want now?
I don't know. Maybe just kindness. I'll tell you in the morning. Meanwhile, and I'll reach in my bag and see if I have like some stale bread or something.
Mhm.
From whenever. If it's moldy, I'm okay with it. And I'll just like find a hole and shove it in.
He'll take it. He'll start eating it. Just let me out. You gotta let me out. You gotta let me out.
I'll try.
No, don't. Just left the fucking bar. Let me out of here.
What am I supposed to do with all of them when they find out that I've done this? We're not gonna be able to get out of here. They're
just tell them you had mercy on an innocent man. You can see now he's starting to lose his composure and his temper. And he's just starting to rattle the branches that make up the wall now. Just, let me out of here. Let me out of here. You don't want to get on Gurnow's bad side.
Goldie, let's just walk away. Let's let this guy cool down.
Yeah. I was trying to show you kindness, but you don't know what that is. Have a good night, sir. Maybe in the morning I'll think about it.
A stream of horrific curses comes out of his mouth as he yells
I'll
that.
take
to you.
I'll take notes.
Calls you every name in the book as you leave.
It's written down so I can repeat it.
So you guys can get a short rest in. I don't know if that's going to help you with anything. I don't think so. But is there anything else you'd like to do that night?
Does Turk and Goldie let us know that this guy seems to think that he's gonna get hung in the morning?
Yeah. When we get back.
At the very least, I want to double check with the village leader and just be like, so is our plan still going to happen, or are the villagers going to hang this person? Because he seems to think that they will.
She rolls her eyes. That John will leap and not say anything to save his neck. No, we will not hang him in the morning. I promised you a prisoner exchange was my plan, and I plan to honor that. You will take him with you to Tharbad, and in return, our friend Borlas will be freed. That was the arrangement.
And I'm fine with that. I just wanted to make sure, in case we need to put some sort of a guard to make sure that no one takes matters into their own hands.
She says, well, you've seen the state of the people in this village. I don't think that they would have the strength combined between them all to hang a man. You'll find out soon enough when you arrive in Tharbad that bluster will carry you a fair ways.
All right. Well, thank you again for your hospitality, and I'll have a final conversation with my friends, and I believe we should be ready to head out in the morning.
Okay.
And I think that's when I share with the fellowship, like, what the village leader wanted us to do, and make mention of the fact that if we choose to do this prisoner exchange, we're going to have to backtrack back to Greymore after Tharbad to escort the person home again. And just say, what do you guys think about that?
How far are we from there now?
Let's see.
Yeah, what does the map look like? That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days? 4 or 5 days away?
Yeah, traveling through Swanfleet will take 2 days per hex, so 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're about a week.
Like a week away.
But unless we can cross the river, maybe the village, maybe they have some boats. We can actually get into a boat now because the river's a little bit calmer.
Possible.
And why do we have to escort? Why do we have to escort the guy back?
I think maybe if they send a villager with us, then that they can come back.
No, they didn't want to send a villager with us because they said if a villager came with us, they would be in danger because the bandits of Tharbad are their enemy, so to speak, and so they could get themselves killed. And if we send them back on their own, they're just going to get recaptured.
Yeah, I mean, we can also ask if it'd be possible for them to accompany us until the start of the marshes, and then it's just halfway.
A day out or something, a day or two out, and we could just meet them there, maybe.
Yeah.
That would save us from doing a whole nother week, adding 2 entire weeks to our journey just to get these people back and then get back on track.
Yeah.
And what's going to keep this town from falling prey to the bandits again and again and again?
No
they have
idea.
to leave. But if we can do a little bit of good for them, maybe.
I mean, my assumption is once they get all of their villagers back, they're probably gonna think long and hard about, picking up stakes and moving further away from Tharbad to make it less likely that the bandits are gonna keep following them. But they just can't leave that person behind.
Yeah.
But I told them that I would talk with you all about it. I didn't want to agree to such a delay in our journey without discussing it with you.
We can do good along the way, but mustn't delay our own objective.
Perhaps they may have horses that at Tharbad that we can requisition in some way to send the villager home faster. Not for ourselves, but to send them home in a way where maybe the bandits can't follow them.
The horse is probably worth more than the villager.
For sure.
Yeah.
Where are you guys having this conversation?
In front of everyone.
Well,
Yeah.
certainly don't want to be having it in front of, because of the conversation I had with Anna and Orla, I do not want to have this discussion near them because,
Well, that's what I was saying. I mean, it's pretty cramped quarters and it's
yeah,
late and raining out there, so I'm not sure where else you would go. So,
well, I think I'm going to, yeah, I guess I can't really avoid them being around. But I guess I'll just try keeping my tone as hushed as possible and hope for the
Speaking in
best.
Elvish.
Well, that doesn't help me because none of you speak either of the elven languages I know.
You could teach us.
Anna, I'll say Anna's like overhearing some of this, and she's saying,
Yeah. I mean, I'm advocating
not
for
looking
us
at you
not
directly.
to backtrack.
This is a waste of time. We should not have involved ourselves with the matters of this village. You put us at risk by stopping here.
We needed to stop. Goldie had river sickness.
She should not have come then.
Well, how were we to know when we started on our journey that she was going to?
That I wasn't gonna have someone helping me when it's in everyone's best interest.
I look
Yes.
around this room and all I see is dead weight.
So sad that we were tasked with this then.
Anna looks at you, Eucaliel, and doesn't blink when she says, I will not tolerate any more delays. We will not return to this muddy hellhole.
Understood.
Does Anna and Orla have opinions about Tharbad? Can you tell us something about what you know of that place?
Orla speaks up after you, Turk, and she says, it is not a safe place for rat folk like you. Stay close to me, and you will be safe.
Okay.
We should spend as little time as possible in that wretched town.
Oh shoot. Ooh, kind of a backtrack question.
Mhm.
Would Gandalf have requested that the mission that he wants us to deal with is kept hidden in any way?
He never mentioned that, but he not overtly.
Yeah.
He did not ask Anna and Orla at that meeting for a reason, though.
Well, it's not like we're gonna be able to hide it from them. If they're like, hey, we're gonna hang out in this town for a couple days while we do whatever. Okay.
Are we looking for the muddy?
Yeah,
muddy sleeping elf?
that's in the Tharbad area.
Yeah.
That was a task that he wanted us to take care of. I think, well, see, the thing is, I don't think I can't really talk about it with anybody until we're back on the road because then I can get far enough away from Anna and Orla that we can have conversation. So I think I will just kind of like give a look to everyone of like, let's not talk anymore tonight, and I will begin my quote unquote sleeping, which is like me eyes open, resting, like aware, just sitting up, like tuck
Pretty
myself in a
creepy.
corner.
Pretty creepy.
Yeah. Well, hey, when
Um,
you got two people that are assassins who are gunning for you.
So, just a quick question to the leader of this little hamlet. If we're making this prisoner exchange, we need to get this done quickly. Do you know, or do you have river craft that we can use to go down to Tharbad more quickly than walking through the swamp or over this rugged terrain?
Yeah. I'll say that it's the following day,
Okay.
so you can have this conversation.
Okay.
She says there are fishing boats. They're not the best, and they don't have enough to carry all of you, and they need them themselves.
We'll get them back to you as soon as we can, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Oh.
So, like, these fishing boats could probably hold 3, maybe 4 people before losing a lot of stability. And there are 4, 5, 6, 7 of you. So you would need at least 2 boats.
Yeah.
And there's probably like less than half a dozen boats to start with. So you'd be taking a significant number of their boats.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know if that's a good option, especially because if we do take their boats, we do have to bring them back because otherwise they're down boats that are needed for their livelihood.
Ah,
If you want to be ferried across the river, that's a different story. They can do that.
I mean, that's a good alternative. It will cut like 4 days off of our journey, I think.
yeah. Can they take us down the river, but not all the way? Can some of them come with us in the boats, take us down there? Because we're doing them a favor. We're doing this prisoner exchange. So maybe they can take
might
us
be able to do one day. So going down river, there'll be 2 hexes they can go with you. So they'd be able to get you down to here.
Yeah. And I guess that's better than nothing. Especially if...
And then we go to the other side because of the river.
And then they dump you off in here. Oops.
Yep.
There.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And then we can work our way down from there.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. If they would be willing.
Heck, we'll help them fish along the way.
Yeah, they'll be more than willing to do that. Go ahead and make a Pathfinder check for me, please. See if we can get you guys to Tharbad before the end of the night.
Since we're in boats, do I perhaps get like a bonus on this or something? Or
Because you've got
I,
water vehicles.
water vehicle proficiency. You can
and
roll
yeah,
that.
the watercraft. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yeah, you can roll whatever you want. Travel, watercraft, or cartography, whichever one, with advantage.
So I've never actually done the water crafting before. Where does that show up under?
That'll just be a proficiency bonus. So I think your travel is still going to be your highest roll.
Oh, okay.
No, that's not bad.
All right.
Yeah.
So, go ahead and move 2 hexes down the river. So 1, 2, and then you can move off. You get dumped offshore here, and you can then move down 1 hex here. That's as far as you get.
Nice.
All right. I need you to make another d20. And I think we're up to you, Kaliel, to roll a d6.
Okay.
I was gonna say before we got in the boat, I would go to the guy and be like, "See, you're still alive, and now we're gonna give you something, and you're gonna give us something, right?"
All right.
We rescued them from being lynched.
Kaliel, can you make a is it lookouts make perception checks? Yes.
Yes.
Can you make a perception check for me, please?
Okay. Almost a nat 20.
Okay. +1, so it's 8. So here's what happens. As you get closer, you're on the boat with the fishermen. They drop you off. No problems. The weather's starting to clear up. In fact, it's now kind of gotten into this misty, foggy type weather. It's unseasonably cool for this time of year. Off on the far bank, and you start making your way towards Tharbad. And as you do so, John Alepin, who's still in his bindings there, starts to drag his feet, saying, "We don't really have to go back to Tharbad. I'm sure we can come to some other arrangement."
So are you some runaway? Is that why you don't want to go back?
No, nothing of the sort. I mean, I'm just looking out for you folk here. I mean, especially the little ones. It's not a very friendly place, you know. You know what? You could just cut me loose here now. I'll go back on my own and ask them to send that cobbler guy back. How about that?
And why would we trust you?
Oh, you have my word of honor. I swear, up and down.
My friends here tell me that you've been lying, so I don't think that your word of honor means much.
And it's getting dark, and you're going to have to set camp just outside of Tharbad. You can kind of see off in the distance, in the far distance, the lights of Tharbad. Another day's journey away. But closer to that, you see on top of a hill what looks to be some standing stones. And in the center of it, someone has set a campfire. And as soon as that comes into view, John Alepin just stops, and he will not budge. He says, no, sir, no.
What's up there?
Bad. That's a bad sign there. That's sure death. We should turn around now. Not a good sign at all. Nope.
Give me more information.
What is he pointing
Why
at?
is that death?
The campfire in the middle of the standing circles up there.
Just a campfire.
No, sir.
It's just a campfire.
No. You don't understand what that means. That means That means that someone is up there.
That's usually what
Usually?
campfires mean.
Do you have any
No.
wager or guess who it is?
I know who it is. I know who it is, and trust me, you do not want to meet her.
Well, who is it?
it?
It's a fucking ranger.
Do you know their name?
What does it matter? We're not going up there, right? We're turning
We
around.
need
I'll
to
go back to the
camp.
village.
And that is a very good camping spot.
No, you do not understand. Rangers are a murderous bunch. They'll cut your throat in the middle of the night.
They're not so bad.
I make a brief glance over towards Anna and Orla. It's just like, I'm not unused to that feeling.
No. You don't understand that range. She's a cruel old hag. She's got a nasty dagger too that she likes to do weird things with. No, sir. You do not want to be near her. It's a little crazy, that one.
You know what this reminds me of? When we were in the village, they were saying the same things about you, weren't they? And you turned out to be just fine. Just a very important person in Tharbad that weirdly doesn't want to go back.
No. At that, he falls to his knees now, and he puts his hands up. No, please, I beg you, do not go up there.
I'll just pat him on the cheek and you'll be fine.
You don't understand. You don't.
Wait. I don't want to go up there, or you don't want to go up there?
Well, I don't want to go up there because I know that hag will probably kill me. You don't want to go up there because after she kills me, she'll probably kill you. That's what rangers do.
I'll just turn to everyone and say, okay, so first, how far away are we from it?
You're probably a few hundred feet away.
Okay.
You can just see the flickering lights at the top of the hill.
I'll just turn to everybody and say, usually rangers don't have very many issues with elves. Why don't we get close to the base and I will go up and see if this ranger is as aggressive and violent as he says. And if they're not, then I'll let you know and we can camp there.
No, my fair elven lady, you don't understand. I would hate to see anything bad happen to you. Really, please. For the little ones. He points to Turk and
they will be at the base of the hill with you safe until I say that it is safe to come up.
He's just full out bawling now on the ground.
Zurich, sit on him.
Pull yourself together. I say we tie him up and go introduce ourselves to this ranger.
Yeah. If everyone is in agreement, I, at the very least, will begin making my way towards the camp.
I can accompany you, so maybe we'll leave everyone behind and the two of us will go ahead and scout.
Okay.
How are you approaching the standing stones? Sorry, go ahead, Goldie.
No, Goldie's just gonna turn around. She does not like him, but and I forgot the name of the redhead.
Oh.
Ruby. What?
No.
The red-headed ranger.
The ranger.
Turgost.
Yeah.
Turgost. I am just gonna look at you guys and say, do you think he might be a friend of Turgost or Maidon?
I don't know.
all
It
the way
depends
here.
on whether or not this man is telling the truth.
I guess we'll find out.
Guess
Exactly.
we'll find out.
So who's
I
staying
will-
down at the bottom of the hill and who's going up?
I think
Is
Turk and I are going up.
is the bandit guy tied up? Does he have his hands tied up or something?
Yes, his hands are tied.
Yeah. Okay. Zerk will find a nearby tree. Tie him to a nearby tree.
All right. There's not a lot in the way of trees here, but you can find like a stump or something.
Stump
that
or
you can-
something. Yeah. Just
Yeah.
Yeah.
immobilize him, and then I will go to the top of the hill where the campfire is.
Okay.
With
Do you
the
want
Callion.
Anna and Orla to go with you, or stay with this guy?
Well,
How are they reacting to the news of a potential
Yeah.
ranger?
yeah.
They're curious, actually.
I say they come.
yeah, because if we leave them with him, I have a feeling they're just going to kill him so that we don't have to waste time in Tharbad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright. Then I will stay with him.
Oh no, but that means you're by yourself.
Okay, so Goldie's the only one staying back.
I'm just so nice to him.
All right. Well, I
Right.
will leave Rivendell with you. So if anything bad happens,
Just run.
just run,
Just run.
and he will let us know. And I just
Okay.
tell Rivendell, just sit with Goldie, and if danger happens, come get me.
And how are the
Goldie's
rest of you
going-
making your way up? Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say Goldie's gonna try to talk to the bird the whole time. See if it does something.
Are you going to try to make bird noises, or are you just going to speak?
100% caca.
Yep, because that's what it sounds like
Ah.
whenever I talk to the birds. It's like I make bird noises.
Gonna try to copy all of Icalian's sounds.
Daniel
Making
just
my-
kind of looks at you, very confused.
Making my way to the hill. I'm going to go. I'm going to go ahead because I'm the stealthier one. I'm just going to try to keep one of the big standing stones between me and the fire, and try to sneak up ahead. But the others are coming behind me, but not within my stealthy. They don't have to roll stealth. I'll try to roll stealth.
I'll be
All right, go
stomping.
ahead, make that stealth roll.
I'll be stomping along next to Eucaliel.
Yep, and I will be making my way up in a very obvious way so that there's no surprise.
Just travelers
Yeah.
heading towards the
How
campfire.
far ahead of you are you exactly? Turk?
100 feet.
100 feet. All right. So you're slowly sneaking up the hill. As you get up there, it kind of rises up above the mist and the fog that's kind of blanketing this low-lying area. You can see the stars in the sky, and you can start smelling the smoke and the crackling, and hear the crackling of the fire. And then you hear an old woman's voice. Take another step, little fella, and you'll lose your foot.
Nope.
Lose my foot. I'll stop.
And you
And
see,
then a while later, the rest of us arrive.
well, yeah, the rest of you are just making your way up the hill.
Yep.
And you see this woman step out from behind one of the standing stones. She has a great bow aimed at you. She is older, probably in her late 50s, early 60s, maybe. Graying hair, kind of curly, a little wild. Has the cloak of a ranger. Has the star pin, indicating her allegiance to Gilrain, I think is her name.
Mhm.
And you're a little far from home. What brings you to the Watching Stones, little one?
Is everyone else moving up, or do I have this moment to have this discussion?
You have a brief moment while the others are coming up.
I don't know this person.
No.
No, you do not.
Do you know the village up the river? What is the name of that village up the river? I reading this.
Greymore.
Greymore. You know Greymore up the river, those poor people?
I do indeed.
One of their members is being held in Tharbad. They've asked us, and you can see my friends coming up the hill. They've asked us to bring one of these Tharbad thugs as a prisoner exchange. Do you know the cobbler, was it?
Borlas.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's who we're doing. We just saw you and we saw your fire and we just want to get warm. Can we share it?
Curious. You're not from Tharbad yourself then?
No.
And your companions, the ones that are coming up the hill behind you?
From Rivendell, I think, and Bree.
You can see visible surprise on her face. Rivendell, you say?
I think
And she
that's
lowers her bow.
Oh. And I'll put my hands down.
And the rest of you arrive around this time, and she looks at you and sees you, Eucaliel, and gives you a little bow. My lady, what brings you this far south?
On a mission from my lord. I saw the two of you speaking, so I'm assuming that you know something of why we're here. Are we welcome at your fire?
Most certainly. It is not but a signal fire, but if you wish, you can certainly warm yourself by it. My name is Orothel. I am a ranger of the north, tasked to protect the travelers who travel the north-south road in the regions between.
I am Eucaliel.
I was waiting here. Pleasure to meet you, my lady. I was waiting here for an informant, a spy I have in Tharbad, to report to me exactly about this individual Borlas from Greymore.
Who is this informant?
He goes by the name of John a Leaping.
Well, he's down the hill and was very not eager to see you.
At this point, we're going to shift down to the bottom of the hill where there's Goldie and John a Leaping.
Well, hell.
Can you make a perception check for me, please?
Sure. As I am talking to the bird, I also have a hand on a dagger. Or the sword.
Your short sword? Okay.
Yeah.
It is
Like
not
when you
until...
make that face.
I keep forgetting your raven's name. What is the
Vandal?
raven's name again? Vandal. Thank you.
Yeah, Fan.
It's not until Vandal. Thank you. Vandal lets out a large kind of flutters its wings and kind of scoots off, and you look out of the corner of your eye and you see John a Leaping had pulled out a dagger that was hidden in his clothing that no one bothered searching him for. He had cut his bonds and is lunging towards you.
All right.
And that is where we'll end tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, hell!
Yep. That's why I was like, I was so tempted to be like, Zurich, stay at the bottom with with Goldie, but
it's so on character for Zurich just to leave behind the thing he should be watching.
yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
We should have checked him. That's true.
All right.
Mhm.
You guys almost made it to Tharbad, though. That's great.
Yeah. And we may have found a solution to our problem of like sending a person back to the town because we might be able to convince the ranger to escort the cobbler back to the town.
Mhm.
I don't know what's gonna happen with the guy though.
Yeah.
Just run.
Yeah, because that's what we said was if danger happens, run. Because we're like hundreds of feet away, so it's gonna take a while for us to catch up to you. Although
Yeah.
the range on a
You
bow
need
is
one?
like 120 or something, so maybe I'll just long range it.
So you guys are. I'll have to double check the exact date, but it will be around the 1st of Halimath
Okay.
that you will
Okay.
arrive in Tharbad.
Let's see.
So you have exactly 1 month to get yourselves from where you are now to Isengard and then back to Londair
Yeah,
to meet
that's gonna be a
Gandalf.
rough march.
And
Well,
we-
road travel's fast, right?
Road travel is a lot easier, a lot less risky. Your
Yeah.
pathfinding skills are a target, I think 10 instead of 15.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can travel a lot faster typically on road. So,
Yep.
Quick question.
unless you guys spend, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say the shared document that we have when I leveled up on that. I didn't even notice what my old hit points were, but they're up to 27 now. So that's automatically
Yes,
rolled up?
it automatically goes up.
Okay.
I'm sitting on a pretty 18. I'm so weak.
Damn.
That's why I'm like, nobody get anywhere as close to me. Anna and Orla don't even have to try hard to just murder me.
You're squishy.
I'm there. That's what I'm saying. I am a wizard with no magic, okay?
With
How
a
much
mean
health does
bow.
Zurich have?
30 something?
On my Google sheet, it says my speed is 15, but I can't figure out why my speed is 15.
You're
Are you encumbered?
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
it might not be calculating the fact that you have that double encumbrance thing from being a dwarf.
My weight carried is 161. What should my?
That's a lot.
Well, sure, I'm carrying all Eucaliel's crap.
Hey, my stuff only weighs like 20
many
pounds or less.
How many pairs of shoes is she bringing?
It's literally a two-person tent and a bedroll.
How is income? What's the?
So you can carry weights 5 times your strength score before you're encumbered.
Oh, I'm
So I am
encumbered by
only-
1 pound. I'm encumbered by 1 pound.
But if you have that double encumbrance capacity thing, then it's
10,
like 10
yeah.
times strength.
Yeah, so I have a I can slough off something. I will slough off. Anybody want something? Can I give them something to carry for me? Does anybody else have any capacity?
I can't because I'm literally within like a pound of being like
Yeah.
my max.
Yeah.
You got your
I-
apples. Just
I'll
drop 2
take-
pounds of apples and you're good.
I'll take a torch.
I don't even have any torches.
I can just this Rick is like under a mountain of stuff.
Oh my.
Yeah. But technically, only 2 items in that mountain of stuff is mine. A lot of your weight just comes from your armor because you're
Yeah,
wearing
60
some pretty heavy
pounds.
armor.
60 pounds of
Oh,
armor.
damn.
Yeah.
I would literally not be able to carry that.
Uh,
My carrying capacity is 55.
I will drop a thing of oil. I have 3 flasks of oil. I'll drop one of them.
Drop it, cause a brush fire.
That's wet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I am no longer encumbered.
Okay. Made some good progress though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are good. You guys did well. Yeah, we'll see how long you guys stay in Tharbad's Swan Fleet area, because there's potentially a lot of stuff there for you if you stick around.
Yeah.
Or you could do as Anna asked and just get the hell out of Dodge and keep going to Isengard.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta keep our schedule, so we can't take too long. But yeah.
Because how much?
Maybe we can find something out about the subterranean muddy elf.
Yeah, we're supposed to go talk to those
Yeah.
women
It's
to
like,
find out information
oh.
about her.
Maybe the ranger does. Maybe the ranger knows as well.
Well, she might
Maybe
know
wanna do
where the
this.
women are, but I don't think that she would know a whole
No.
bunch about that.
You can always ask.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Yeah, so we don't want to keep you guys any later than I already have.
Yep,
So have a good night, guys.
Yep.
This was a
See you
fun
next
Good
one.
night,
week.
everybody.
Good game,
Yeah.
everybody. Thanks,
Good
Andrew.
night.
Have a
See you
good one.
guys.
Bye.